kind of breaking down what is high-level policy versus procedure level items. So the budget area is kind of our first big step. There was some. The next policy is that curriculum-driven budget policy 3.1.1. I added some language to align with our current practices about making sure that equitable access. And there's been the movement in the last few years as we move to various practices and things. There was some additional wording that I was able to find and kind of update to make sure that those are considered in these revisions. Last but not least, in terms of the budget policy, as I was doing some research across various school boards, and again, consulting with the Forethought group, there is a general fund reserves policy. I know that's been a focus. I know, Mr. Cody, you had some concerns about that at the last committee and board meeting, but this really codifies in policy what those expectations are. This new change will really put into place that 16-17% that we discussed, that best practice floor is going to put it officially into policy. It's also going to put a lot more detailed discussion about monitoring that reserve, monitoring those items, and next steps, what we're going to do in terms of making sure that we're, in so many words, compliance with that policy. So these kind of changes, hopefully from the budget perspective, will address not only the school board's concerns, but bring us up to those best practice expectations in policy rather than just an understood, oh, well, we know we need to do it. This is putting it in clear language. Questions about the, oh, the screen just went out.
I have a question.
We're going to switch your mic out.
Uh-oh.
See if there's an issue on that.
I have a question.
Just hand that over. See if that persists.
I'm also turning away, so I apologize.
I don't know if
No, I don't think that's it, but we'll try it.
Yeah, it does sound a little different.
Does this sound better?
it wasn't anything you were doing or saying.
No,
Like,
you
it
weren't
was
even touching it.
Gotcha.
Something was going on.
Yes, sir.
My question is, how much is the Eisner-Amper audit costing?
That I'm going to have to do some digging and looking into. I haven't received a bill just yet.
You know, I think I need to know about this because I don't want to be surprised.
Yes, sir.
Based on billable time, and
I was going to ask Ms. Gray to come up. You're right, Mr. Al, it is based on billable time, and those that are auditing are pretty high level. So, Ms. Gray, you want to add anything to that?
Yes, so I received the initial invoice from Eisner-Amper. That was for phase 1 of the contract. As you may recall, there's 3 phases of their contract. So the first invoice was right around $45,000. We have not paid the invoice yet because I am still going through and reviewing all of the charges before I send it to the superintendent for review. But that's how much phase 1 was.
35,000.
45,000. A little bit to 45,000.
And we have 2 more phases.
Yes, sir.
And any idea how much those phases might cost?
It can vary. The initial phase is more likely than not the most expensive phase because they were verifying our actual cash. Phase 2 and phase 3 is not as much of document intensive. It's more verification intensive, so it should not cost the same amount because it's not going to require as much legwork for those 2 phases.
Any idea, expect what you might be expecting?
I do not have that answer at this time, but I can ask them a ballpark number and we can follow up. Yes, sir.
My question was regarding, and I might have asked you this already, but if I did, sorry. The 16-17% general fund
Yes, sir.
balance, is that right? Or so is that based on, what fiscal time frame is that based on? Like a January, December?
It's usually based on the previous fiscal year in terms of your estimated floor. So obviously when your audited financials or your most recent budget, that would be those general fund expenditures, that would be your
I guess my question is surrounding, and I don't know if this, the recommendation from whoever provides it gives this, and I think I mentioned this last time, is if it's 16, 17, and just use this as a hypothetical here, if our largest deposit from a tax base comes on ad valorem, which is January, February, let's call it first quarter. Sales tax is every month, but it's not really the, you need the ad valorem. If that's based on the 16-17% is based on a calendar year, right? So it ends on 12, your year ends on 12/31, they're saying you should have 16-17%, then I would ask, should it be if you ended on June 30th? when you have another half a year. I know we've kind of briefly talked about this. I just, that's a question, because then I think the percentage got to be higher.
I think, first of all, understanding what you spend on a yearly basis is most important, right? So from that, knowing for us as a school system, we won't have as many of the big projects that we have recently completed. So really understanding in this very thorough process that we're undertaking right now will give us a clear understanding of what our cash flow is on a monthly basis. And generally speaking, on average, what should we be $234 million budget or $200 million? I'm leaning more towards the 215 to 220 range because that 234 came from all the projects that we had, built from the district perspective. So to your question, Mr. Gregson, is I think understanding what our regular operating and then above that, 17%. So it's going to vary from the time to time, but having a clear understanding of what our projected yearly budget is on a cash flow analysis, then 17% above that.
Right, and if it's 17%.
Or whatever,
Let's just assume, again, goes back to my calendar year, like a parish is on. If it's 17% recommended on 12/31 with your big deposit coming in January, well then, I mean, to me, I would think if you end the June 30th, it's got to be more than 17. I mean, now whether that's an official recommendation, and heck, we had, I don't know. I'm just, it's food for thought. I don't want to get into, we'll get into it later, but.
We will definitely track that, and this board has talked about it as well. And obviously, our long-term investments are important, so almost think of that, if we can position some of our cash in these long-term investments as part of us building up to the 17% above and beyond. So on a normal yearly basis, if we're under budget by whatever it is, let's say $5 million, then maybe the board will decide, okay, we want to take $3 million of that towards that 17%, something to that effect. Yep, okay.
And just a quick update, Mr. Gregson, the 17% number is on general fund expenditures, not the revenues. So it is based on that previous fiscal year from July to June, not the calendar year basis. So that will be tracked and monitored appropriately. Okay. Last but not least, in terms of section, is moving into the debt revisions and updates. Again, this is a matter of review and proposal of, or verifying where we were versus where we need to be. It's on the second tab or second page. Existing policies was 3 policies and 1 procedure for debt. I'm proposing 2 new policies, 1 renaming, and then 2 new procedures. And then we're going to kind of clean up all 4 of the existing policies and procedures. So the district debt policy, again, we strengthened the language about the limitations as indicated in our annual comprehensive financial report. We kind of just added in some additional details, as well as the process for review by the State Bond Commission, which has been, again, behind the scenes, but I want to codify some of that language in policy so that we're in compliance with best practices. The procedure as well, I updated some guidelines around record keeping. I wanted to make sure that, again, it's a matter of best practices. Are we truly following what is in the best interest of the school board with regards to those retention and retaining those documents accordingly? 3.2.1 is the revenue anticipation notes policy. I think we're going to talk a little bit more about what's happening with that. But one of the things I was looking at in terms of research and best practices, a better term for that type of instrument is more of a short-term debt policy, because there are some additional instruments, and we'll talk about, again, some of these options in some of the next sessions. There's additional options available to you where you issue debt shorter than 10 years. So I wanted to make sure I updated our policy for not only just the consideration of the RAND notes, but also additional short-term notes. So I kind of tweaked and modified that language so that it's, in so many words, more inclusive of the options that are available to the school board on a collective basis. So that was the renaming. 3.2.2 is going into the tax and bond election policy and procedure. This is, again, best practices. This may have been documented in some sort of internal manual or format. This was summarized only very briefly in almost a sentence in our original 3.2 line item. I wanted to really expand upon the process for bond elections, tax elections, and all the millage process that goes on in terms of the board's involvement, the declaration, and the public announcements and things like that. It's really codifying the official language into policy and procedure. And then one of the new ones I'm going to propose was actually a recommendation from Foley and Judell, our bond counsel. There is a post-issuance tax compliance policy and procedure. At every bond issuance that the board does in the last, say, 5 to 10 years, there is a policy that is signed off on internally as a part of the issuance documentation. This is taking that policy and truly, again, putting it and codifying it into our actual structure in P&P. The language was verified and vetted from F&J, and this language is basically just going to be moved into our actual policy and procedure. Last but not least is our local property tax. This is just a little matter of cleanup, not a whole lot of major revisions, but I did add some information about the canvassing requirement that happens after those after those elections. So I wanted to make sure that that was truly clarified in the language. I know there's a lot to cover in policy and procedure in terms of updates, and I tried to boil it down as best I can without going into the detailed documents themselves.
And let me just finish from the policy and procedure standpoint. Obviously, this is something the finance chair asked that we look into, especially in light of where we were. But we're also still going to work with Lean Frog to verify, as well as Eisner Amper, to make sure as we finalize these policy and procedures, they give us the blessing, as well as our standard operating procedures for the business office and really throughout our entire school system.
The other two areas you're going to come back to us later on. Yes, sir.
At this time, given the focus and the direction of the board, I think those two areas were kind of our highest priority, and I wanted to address those items first. Okay. Good. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Adam.
Yep. So at this time, I'd like Ms. Babbitt and Ms. Weber to come up. Our next agenda item is a pre-K expansion update. As you know, the board has approved a pre-K expansion going into next year. There's a lot of work taking place with Ms. Weber and her team, as well as Ms. Babbitt. So we are here to provide an update. I've been providing some enrollment updates through the weekly scoop, but our ladies are going to present just a deeper dive.
Okay, good morning, board members. We are here to provide you with an update on our pre-K expansion, as well as some updates on enrollment counts since we completed our first round of recruitment and selection last week. So we want to be able to share that information with you at this time.
So the first slide here just shows what completed applications we have compared to last year. So last year's round one during recruitment and selection, we had a total of 156 applications that were processed, and this year we had 193 applications that were processed. So that is an increase in the applications that we were able to process. We still do have, if you look under the chart there, we still have 112 incomplete applications. I believe I checked again this morning and it was down to 110. That simply means that families are completing applications on the portal. We are removing them off of our Power School portal and working through making sure they turn in their birth certificates, their income information, all of the other needed documents, since we have so many funding sources. So that's why they sit in the incomplete section for a little while. Again, you can see that we do have those students that roll over from our pre-K 3 to pre-K 4. So those applications, those are students who are already in our system. We have our new families, and then of those 152 new applications, 41 of those are actual Head Start qualified families. And then here we just kind of have it broken down by Bethune Early Learning Center, what we had projected what the future classroom setup would look like to what the setup would be as of April 2026. So we do have only 2 DD classrooms currently set for that site, working very closely with Miss Van Hoven and her team. There are currently 10 students that would attend Bethune, but as of this morning, we have 3 more additional students that just qualified through early steps. So they will be attending that school, so that would put them at 13 instead of 10. So we want to make sure that we keep that classroom available for those students as they get an increased enrollment.
Ms. Weber.
Yes, ma'am.
How many students are we thinking that would go into the 3-year-old DD classes per class?
So at our meeting with Ms. Nasser and our human resources and Ms. Van Hoven, one of the things they looked at were the need of students. So you can have up to 11 on their special education rosters, but the needs of the students, we have some high medical needs of students. So at this time on their projected roster, I believe it was 4 on one roster and 6 on the other because of the needs of the students.
That's what I just wanted to make sure, because of the fact that what you just said is that sometimes you have these higher needs, and it's just difficult when you have kids in a class of 11. So I'm glad you recognize that. Thank you.
Absolutely, and as Ms. Van Hoven has presented before and shared, we don't just staff on a formula for special education, and that is from pre-K all the way through, because the needs of the students vary greatly. So while it's a number on a roster, we want to make sure that we're responding to those services appropriately.
Okay, and my next question, as you know, there's a lot of evaluations going on. So are you going to continuously accept? Like at what point are you going to say we no longer can, we can't fill anymore because we're at our max, depending on the needs?
We don't plan on that. So if they have an IEP within our school district and they qualify, we have to accept them into our school system. So that's why we want to make sure when we're placing students at, especially at Bethune, because there are limited spaces, we want to make sure that we have enough spaces for those students with special needs so that we are not filling all of those classes and not having any space at that center and then have to look at going elsewhere, which was the reason why we wanted to put all of our 3-year-olds on one campus.
Yeah, and I'm talking particularly about the 3s, not the 4s.
Thank you, Ms. Farber. Those were great questions. And so then the next slide just kind of shows you our Carver. So again, what our future setup was and where we are now. Historically, our students who qualify for Head Start are going to start registering later in, closer to the summer and when the school year starts. So that's why we were very fortunate to have our enrollment part-time staff personnel help us. So she is helping to call those families to make sure they can get those applications completed, all the paperwork turned in before we get to August, so we can have additional students before we get to that point of, do we have enough space, do we not have enough space?
And for our regular 3-year classrooms, we can go up to what, 20 or 16?
No, so those are actually a little different. So at Bethune, we can have 15 in the classroom because that's based on Bulletin 137, because Bethune and Carver will both still be licensed early childhood centers through the State Department. So they'll be like type 3 licensed centers. So we have a maximum square footage per student. East Bank, with the new wing, they can have 16 students per class, but Bethune can have the 16, Carver can only have 15.
Fine.
Yes. And in the school sites, those are not licensed because they're within a school site, so they can have up to 20 4-year-olds in those classes.
Okay. And so the last slide you'll see is just showing our school-based enrollment for our 4-year-olds. So you will see the list of each of the 6 school sites, how many new students are registered. Also, then the next column shows our rollover students who are currently in our 3-year-old programs that will be attending their neighborhood schools. For the total, you'll see that last column is the number of projected classes. And when we presented to you all in June at board retreat and then again in the early school year, we've looked at the historical enrollments. And so we went for, when we presented to you all, for that expansion of saying if every student who attends kindergarten would come to our pre-K programs, this is what we need. And so when we look at that, that would be 31 classrooms across our school. You'll see these numbers, total 24. So we already have 12 in our class or in our schools right now. And so we would be adding an additional 12, moving those over. So we're not at the capacity of if every student were to enroll in our system, which we anticipated in the first year, we wouldn't get to that cap. But we definitely are excited about the trend in the data that we're seeing with an increase in enrollment. So we're continuing to tackle those registrations that are partially complete so we can have a better picture of where we are, but definitely moving forward. So thank you for your commitment to our early learners.
And just as an added, you'll get a clearer understanding relative to staffing overall as a school system when Ms. Brown provides that. So like transferring some of those teachers that were at the 2 centers into our schools. So this is not going to come at an additional set of teachers as we had originally provided to the board. So you'll have a clearer understanding once Ms. Brown and others come up to provide the overall view of staffing.
On the total number of students and classes projected, it seems like most of them between 10, 11, 12 students per class, but Alaman's is at 6. And what's the reason for that?
We know that they historically will still register. They're just going to do it a little bit later. So
Ms.
we know
Boudreau.
that, yes.
going to be Alamance and St. Rose are historically our two schools that, and our 3-year-olds that just historically they're waiting until the very last moment possible. I talked to actually 3 parents this morning before I got in here because they had questions about what paperwork they have to provide and why they had to provide some of that paperwork. And so I think I've also talked with Ms. McMillan about getting out the word again, doing another push after Easter break, and why it's so important that not only do you fill out an application, but then you fill out and send in all of the paperwork that goes with the applications.
It's crab season. They're very busy. Very busy.
Do we have a limit on the number of students that can attend at each site for 4-year-olds?
So at Carver currently, we have additional classes that are not being used.
The schools.
We staff at the 20-to-1 ratio, but our intention is not to turn away any of our students,
No,
and we have capacity.
the maximum amount of students we can have. Like, for instance, at Mimosa Park, you got 55. Can we have more than that? Or there's a cutoff?
Yeah, so right now we don't, I can't say that we have a cutoff. If we do 20, I believe, as far as building capacity is that's where the cutoff would have to come. Because if Mimosa, I believe in our original plan, when we met with Ms. Butler, there was 7 classrooms that could be available for pre-K, moving classes, moving teachers, reallocating some of those spaces. So if you have 7 classrooms at 20 students in each.
Okay, if there's no limit on the capacity, and looking at the Alamance low numbers and the St. Rose Elementary low numbers, maybe we can shut down one of those sites and fill it in, move those students to another site.
So what we want to do is make sure that we're honoring our commitment in the neighborhood schools, but definitely monitoring if we don't need 3 classrooms and we can suffice with 2, we'll make that happen at
Not
Alamance
just
in
that,
particular.
just it might be cheaper to bus them to another site.
Well, I don't think that we want to take into account just the variable of what the financial cost is. You've got to take other things into account when you start the planning for children's education. And I don't want to limit what happens at St. Rose or any other school on the basis of what the economy says. So maybe we ought to take them from Carver and move them to another site.
We'll continue. We feel we have plenty of capacity at our schools based on where you see the growth, our families and the number of people in our family households. So we feel confident that we'll be able to meet the needs of all of our neighborhood schools.
Dr. Ortland, or maybe even Ms. Babbitt or Ms. Weber, and maybe Ms. Brown, have these 3-year-old teachers, have they been informed that they're going to be moving to either Bethune or Carver?
I know that Ms. Brown will be addressing that when she provides her staffing
Okay,
update.
good.
So yes, ma'am.
Because those are usually the questions that we get.
Sure.
Is the 4-year-old program, the 3-year-old program, and teachers, especially with the move. So
Correct.
I want to be able to prepare exactly what I need to say if I get a phone call.
Working very hard in regards to that. There's been a lot of moving parts. Ms. Brown's led a lot of that work. But if there are no further questions for the pre-K, we can go ahead and move into Ms. Brown's next agenda item.
Yeah.
Ms. Weber, if you haven't got questions yet, then you might be late to the party.
Thank you, Ms. Weber.
You may be late to the party, because somehow, I'll forward them to you from now on if you like.
I'm late to the party. I'm never late to a party.
So this next, as I kind of alluded to the board previously, we're going to just provide information relative to our staffing. There have been a lot of moving parts. It's a good question by Ms. Weber, but Ms. Brown, at this time, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Orderling, and good morning, members of the board. If you don't mind, I can answer Ms. Weber's question regarding notification. It is embedded in my next presentation, but specifically, we have met with all the employees that we do potentially will transfer, face-to-face meetings. That is part of our practice here in St. Charles Parish, is that if we have to move an employee from a location, that is a face-to-face meeting. The next communication they will get is email, but we do value them and we want them to feel that, and so they've had those face-to-face meetings.
Appreciate that, Ms. Brown. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
In correction, staffing is after the federal programs update. Ms. Brown is leading both, sorry. Ms. Brown.
I will be up here till noon. Okay, all right, so we will start with federal programs. If you can pass up that, thank you. Hi, good morning, Ms. Smith. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so there's been a lot of moving parts with federal programs, and I just want to start by saying we have a think tank that we formed last fall, and it has been a beautiful thing. It includes myself from the HR lens, Ms. Babin from the C&I lens, of course, Ms. Smith, who is our Director of Federal Programs, Ms. Mathern, who has the elementary lens. Dr. Sexton is informed and does participate, but it is very heavily focused in elementary, and then Dr. Green. So this team has It's been really wonderful because we've been able to really understand all moving parts and how federal programs can have a greater impact, and you'll hear that in this presentation this morning, where we are reallocating and refocusing those funds in such a, great timing for our district in order to repurpose things and have greater impact and greater reach. So I will start with my first slide, which is purpose. What is the purpose of bringing this to you all today, and why do we want to inform you? Because we want to maximize the funds. We are trying to make sure we are supporting students with the greatest needs at our Title I schools. We have 6 Title I schools, and we also want to make sure the Title II funds that can impact our entire district, that we are maximizing those funds through professional development and been able to cast a wider net. So all grant funding has been strategically aligned to reflect updated district priorities, and that's the key. That's the key behind the think tank, is that we are aligned and we feel good about the work that we are doing and that we are very refocused. So in the next slide is purpose. Just wanted to hone in on the information that we received from the Special Populations Task Force. You will hear that in both of these presentations, but it is grounded in that work that was done and needs that were identified through that those task force. But we want to increase direct support to our students and our schools. We want to strengthen family engagement and early learning, which are priorities within federal programs, improve efficiency of the federal fund usage, and maintain always compliance. So our guiding commitments include strengthening services for students and families. That is always a commitment that we're making when we are in any of our schools, but certainly with title funding. Ensure that ESSA is compliance, maximize the impact of Title I, Title II, and Title III funds, and then align resources to our district priorities. So just to give you a little bit of funding framework, just so you know, there are our Title I funds are to support Title I schools, and that's where those dollars have to go, and they are. And then Title II, as you've heard me say, that can have the impact on the entire district. So we have a sum of money that we are going to reallocate for those purposes in order to support all of our teachers. And then we have our English language learners that we are going to support possibly through Title II and Title III. But we are looking at all those funding sources, so all programs are aligned to student achievement and access for our students in need. So last spring, we started looking at some positions to say, are these positions aligned to our current priorities? Why are we having these conversations? What are the needs of the district? How can we repurpose things in order to make sure that we are meeting our district priorities? When federal programs priorities were developed, maybe 10 years ago, they were developed for reasons at that time. So we are basically reassessing the district needs and saying, okay, what aligns to district priorities today? And what is going to be needed today and over the next 5 years? Because we should be monitoring this, reallocating as the needs evolve in our district. And so that is what we're currently doing. That's the work that's happening right now. And so the current structures, as they are today, they do limit our full impact of federal funds. So that's why you'll see some changes that we're going to present to you. But I wanted to be very clear about what are our intentions. We want our resources tied to our outcomes. We don't want it heavy in positions. We want it heavy in the resources for students and for our teachers. So we do not want to have limited flexibility. We want to have our flexibility there to provide service. Opportunities to better align funding is early literacy, family engagement, and of course our special populations. So our first set of positions that we've been looking at, probably for the past 2 years, are our class size reduction teachers. There are 4 currently in the district. And although we value those positions and they have had greater impact, there is greater impact that can be made by reallocating those funds. So I did meet with those 4 teachers. I'm going to place them back into the classroom, not in the CSR role, to release that funding so we can reallocate that. That is Title II money. So we will be able to use that and impact the district, right? It's beautiful to impact 30 students in one classroom, but isn't it even better to impact the whole district rather than just 4 classrooms? So, and we feel like that we are not necessarily, we're not losing anything by having the CSR. If anything, we're gaining and we're impacting greater. So we're releasing those 4 positions, funds are being redirected, and we anticipate an expanded impact. I know you all have heard a lot about our family center model and changes, and so we are excited about this work. We do have some messaging going out to our family centers. Our think tank met yesterday to make sure that we are reassuring our community and our families that we do value our play groups. We value that work, and we know how important it is to continue that work. So just so, because I know the board has been involved in some conversations and information, so I just wanted to reinforce that. But we have 2 liaisons that are assigned to Luling Elementary right now. And those liaisons will focus on our Title I schools. Goes back to Title I monies have to go to Title I schools, okay? And so we want to make sure that the salaries and the resources that we're allocating as part of this model, they will focus on fact sessions, parenting partners, and you see our play groups in here every other week. Parents will still have an opportunity, and as I had the blessing of going to many family centers and visiting these play groups, our families do rotate to each of them. I saw Alaman's parents at Luling, I saw them at St. Rose, I saw them at, Norco. They will have a play group every single week to attend, okay? So I don't want you to be concerned about that. But the model that we're developing ensures that resources are used in a reasonably maintaining Title I compliance and delivering consistent services in a very focused level of service. So, and then we will continue our Learn With Us bus support as well. Any questions?
I have a question. When you prepare your budget requests, or these changes that you want to do now, were those changes a part of your budget request?
So there's no necessarily budget request for these. We are using all within title funds. So we have not gotten to the part of the budget. We do know what these items cost as far as our liaisons providing the support for this specific model. But basically, we are working within the Title I funding. None of this is district cost.
Oh, okay.
Does that answer your question?
Close. Title I funding, and you have Title II and Title III.
Yes, sir.
Does funding come for Title I, then funding come for Title II and III separately, or is the funding for all 3? And you can decide where you want to spend your money.
We do have to be in compliance. I'm going to ask Ms. Smith to answer the question regarding use of Title I, Title II, and Title III funds, but we know which areas need to fit into these buckets, and we'll make sure that we're in compliance with that.
Yeah, they're separate budgets, all with separate allocations and expectations for each one of those grants. So they're all separate.
Okay, so don't you do a budget request for federal funds?
Yes, we do, through EGMS.
Okay, and you have, when you make a request, let's say you're requesting $2 million, you could say you're gonna spend a third or a certain amount for each group, Title I,
So once
Title
we
II,
submit our super app at the very beginning of the year, at the end of January, February, When the budget comes back from the state, it will be in EGMS. Allocations will already be in from the state. So they tell us how much money we have in Title I, Title II, Title III, based off of Title I's, based off of our students' rank, our school rankings. And 2 and 3, 2 is staffing, based off of staffing, and 3 is based off of our subpopulation of ELs.
Okay, and then once you get that information from the state, that's when you can make your changes?
That's when we make the, that's when we make the budget, yes.
All right, that answers my question. Thank you.
And just to add on to that, when Ms. Smith looks at the funding amount that she's going to receive, Ms. Smith, correct me if I'm wrong, we operate on, so when we're planning for 26, 27, we operate on 90% of that budget, right? We basically forecast out, so we know there's like a 10%, thank you, Ms. Smith, there's a 10% that we don't plan for in case they do reduce you, but you kind of anticipate 90% of that budget will be stabilized into next year, and so that is for planning purposes for us. So we can determine what we need right now for the 26-27 school year. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Sorry.
The source of the, our multiple emails, at least the ones I got, they're clear on, like, what their next steps are, or, because it was really more the rumor mill, right? Like, I don't know if the cart was in front of the horse or whatever the case was, but it was a Sunday conversation, that's all I know.
Regarding family center workers,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Family center teachers. So we did meet with each of the teachers. We do have communication that is going directly to the centers. It will also be drafted in their April newsletter, but a specific message that our family center teachers will deliver at the centers that basically says what we said earlier. We are committed to our play groups. We value that. We are changing the model. I do think it's important that we do change the model, and there's specific reasons that we want to be looking at the positions. Is it reasonable to keep specific positions to support this model? It's not reasonable. That's why we're shifting to the liaison model, where we can still deliver great quality service and then utilize our teachers in teaching positions in the classroom. So I met with those employees. They have been informed, but then as far as the sustainability of the play groups, that information is going out to the centers next week, after Easter.
So play centers, I know my youngest son, Reese, used to go to them, so I'm semi-familiar, but do we, I know they're not technically enrolled, but do we have like contact information on them or something that, I mean, I know you have the flyer there, but in the digital world we live in, like, is that?
They have messaging too.
Okay, I didn't know.
They do.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
We've moved past the years that I've.
And Mr. Gregson, just to wrap that up, we are going to exhaust every avenue to communicate with our families to make sure that they get, yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm pretty sure that we're going to cover some more of this, and this is all going to be wrapped up into a pretty bow about the differences in the non-Title I and the Title I and the play groups at the different things. And you mentioned the model and the sustainability of the model. I know those playgroup teachers have worked very hard to create what it looks like now.
Guys, if I'm sorry, Ms. If we could be respectful of the people that are speaking, guys.
Yeah, it's hard
Thank
for
y'all.
me to focus. I'm trying to listen to what y'all are saying too. Are we going to make sure that we're looking at the sustainability of what has been created? You said the model. We want to be able to look at the model and say maybe next year, is it growing, is it maintaining, or is it falling away because maybe liaisons weren't the answer? Like, I just want to make sure that it's followed and it's not forgotten just because it costs less.
Yes, ma'am, and that is a great question. And we are, in fact, that was part of our discussion yesterday to make sure that what are we putting in place to ensure a high-quality program and that it's sustainable. What you will see that will look a little different is, but consistent across all sites, is the focus on fact sessions, parenting partners, and play groups. Those are and that is aligned to Title I funding,
Yes.
the priorities for federal programs. And so we are just being very intentional and very focused. Now, there may be some school buildings that may have utilized people outside of these three areas, and we are working with each school principal where we may have identified those areas, because we did a needs assessment along this way from each principal to identify if there are other tasks or duties that employee or teacher may have done. How can we support you to navigate a transition to maintain this quality service for your families and your community, while still just focusing the liaisons on these very specific tasks, which are aligned to Title I programs?
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because this isn't, I don't want anyone to ever look at that and think all they do is play groups. Those fact sessions are valuable. The partnering with the parents is valuable. They bring in teachers. I've even shared about it too, going in at Almonds. They bring in the teachers and the parents to say, do you know how to help your second grader with math? It's important.
Yeah.
And I just want to encourage you guys to make sure we follow that throughout the year, to make sure that it is still maintaining at a high level of supporting our community.
And let me just wrap up with
Title I, because that's the school that I attend and what they offer. I don't know. That's why I said I don't want to get ahead of you, because I know you're going to talk about the non-Title I.
Yes, ma'am.
Also.
But we are going to monitor. This think tank is created and is in place and is part of our normal practice. And we do meet on a regular basis. And it is necessary. This work is necessary so we can keep our finger on the pulse. This is not solely fall on our director of federal programs, which is why you see us here today, because we're all part of a team effort. It is a funding source, but it is also aligned to district priorities and all the other things that are wrapped up with that. So we
Serving
will
our
monitor
communities.
and we will provide updates as necessary to make sure that we keep you all engaged and informed. Yes, ma'am.
I have just a quick question going back to slide 5 about the funding source. And, you know, we do have play groups, we have the Learn Bus, we have the ESL. Can these funds overlap? Because I know you have a lot of your ESL parents that probably go to play group. I mean, I know you have to Learn to Bus. I mean, like, so are you allowed for those funds to intertwine with each other?
You can braid funds, yes.
Thank you.
I like it. Record stream.
It's called braiding, yes.
And
Braiding.
I had a question on, regarding slide 6, I believe, which I think is a fantastic slide. You know, why change is needed. Resources have been tied to positions rather than outcomes. But my question goes to the better aligned funding to the special populations. We just had a whole work group on our gifted and talented population. Are they included in this?
Do you want me to answer? So the professional development, the Title II dollars can and will be allocated for the gifted and talented when it comes to Title III, and Ms. Patton share. But Title III is just for ELs, was my conversation. So Title II could be used for the gifted and talented. But we have some.
So the special populations are broken out by Title I, II, and III as well?
You can support special populations out of Title I, Title II, and Title III.
At our discretion or the rule or the federal guidelines?
At our discretion. It's within your guidelines of
As long
Title
as it's
I.
Title I school.
You can hit all populations. In fact, Title I requires you to look at all your populations, both high, above grade level, on grade level, and below grade level.
So I would be confident in saying that the change in these realignment of funding will not leave out the gifted and talented students.
No.
That's a fair, that
Correct. That is fair.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we'll talk about our family center support at our non-Title I schools, because we value playgroups at every site. We are leveraging, since we are expanding pre-K, and since we do have Head Start students in our school buildings for next year, our family service workers who currently support our Head Start locations will be supporting this work. When you look at their current job and how they can support these play groups, I think that they are aligned perfectly to support this. We will have to train them. We will have to help develop them and develop these skills, but we are confident, and that was in our discussions yesterday, on what is needed, what conversations do we need to have. And so we will soft launch this to phase it in to make sure that we are giving them the quality support that they need so they can deliver quality programs at Mimosa, at New Sarpy, and at Norco Elementary. But we do feel like they are the group of people that can support this work. They will be in our buildings, in our non-Title I schools, because we have Head Start students there. So this is not coming as an additional cost to the district, which I do love, but it's also aligning their work as well. So I think there's some growth opportunity as well for these employees. So federal programs realignment, we are looking at realignment of a lot of different areas and positions. Another position that we are realigning is the elimination of one central office position, which is our Title I coordinator position, and we are going to look at using those funds for English language learners and for school climate and student behavior. Now, the Title I coordinator is currently paid with Title I funds. And so you will see here there are two strategic additions, not additional cost to the district, but two strategic additions using our money that we are reallocating. That is one EL coach to support instruction and services for English learners, which is one of our Special Populations Task Force identified needs, and then our Dean of School Climate and Student Support at a Title I school. So we want to make sure that we are supporting our needs and repurposing, and I think these are two great additions to help support all of the priorities that we have in our district currently right now. Our Dean can be paid for with the Title I funds because it's a Title I school. The EL coach, Ms. Smith, will be paid for with which title?
It can be paid with either Title II or III.
Just for clarity there, you know how the buckets work, okay?
And once again, the EL coach was one of the recommendations coming out of that Special Populations Task Force. So you'll see that scattered throughout this presentation, is that we're really using the data that was based on those task force meetings.
And also, I think it's very important that we recognize the new accountability measure as well with our ELL. So I appreciate y'all putting that in there because we know that population is growing tremendously when we did that special task force. And so I thank you, I applaud you, because this is an area that we definitely need to look at, and I just see it growing even more, not less. So kudos to y'all for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. Okay, so moving on, just to give you all an overall impact, when we have the 4 it's a total of 8 positions, but 4 CSR roles, the Family Center teachers, and our Title I coordinator, that's an approximate amount of $718,000 that we are going to reallocate to a dean, an EL coach, at professional learning. So we have a lot of ideas. We have a follow-up meeting on May 7th with our think tank once we have all of our district data and we have all of our needs assessments from our Title I schools. That way we can have a good productive conversation to determine how do we want to spend these funds? What do we want to do and to ensure that we are in alignment with district priorities and to ensure that we are spending the funds where we need them, and that is aligned to even our Special Populations Task Force. So we have a little section here just to give y'all some additional, although Ms. Weber is, kind of speaking to the Special Populations Task Force. This is just a few little slides to talk about our English language learners and why are we adding that position. I know Dr. Orling stated it came from our needs assessment through the task force, but this just kind of reinforces that, the district level ELL support, being able to provide that coach, which is going to push support down to our schools and ultimately our students. So we want to make sure we're continuing to grow and grow our teachers so we can grow our students in this area. Then when you look at the next slide for rationale, they're supporting pre-K through 12 English learners, and Ms. Smith will have to work through the pieces and parts. Where is the highest need for this coach? right? I know we had that conversation yesterday. Where do we need to focus this coach? And is that meeting our needs, and what are any additional needs? We are gonna, just like anything else with the family centers, we're gonna continuously monitor. That's the wonderful, work that this think tank is doing, is we're all very laser focused on all of our areas, me for human resources, and Ms. Babin for CNI, and of course, Ms. Smith for federal programs, compliance and support of these programs. So a lot of what we're saying, it aligns to that as well. So distinct instructional structures that we want to put in place to support our English learners, establishing one EL coach position and seeing how that impacts and what that, what are the outcomes as a result of that, and then implement, monitor, and scale support over time. So this is the beginning for us, right, of this type of support, focused support. So we are going to continue to monitor and provide updates.
Just real quick for clarification, I want to make sure the EL coach will be paid for by a breeding of 1, 2, and 3 funds.
It could be braiding of those 3. Or
Braiding.
it could be.
Thank you. I thought breeding was an odd word. All right, braiding. I mean, possibly breeding, right? But it's braiding. Thank
We
you.
could breed them too.
That's what I get.
So if we braid them, that just means you don't take it all out of one of the titles, and that way it would leave some additional funding. May be necessary to pull from Title I and II because they will be supporting Title I schools, but Title II so they can support the other schools. If necessary, if there's enough funding in one that it doesn't take away from any other initiative, then you pull it out of one.
Okay, so it can be funded by all 3, so it can be used in all 3.
Exactly.
Okay. And by the same token, and I apologize, I'm dovetailing here, by the same rationale then, for our gifted and talented services, could that same rationale be used to blend all of the title funds so that it can be used at any school?
Yes, because in Title I, as I'm meeting with Title I schools now, I am reminding them they are still responsible for not just those students that are low performing or not meeting grade level standards. They are also responsible for the students who are above grade level. So right now, they have been challenged with looking at what are those initiatives within the building that we're additionally supporting those students with Title I. Title III will allow you to do that same thing with our EL population, because we also know that they're oftentimes left out of that gifted and talented population, and it's there. Title II is only professional development, and I would leave that to Ms. Babin, because that's where you start pulling in support to teachers to support students that may be gifted and talented.
Absolutely, and just looking at in collaboration with these positions, so looking at the EL coach, making sure that the EL coach is sitting at the table alongside the CIA staff so that we're planning and looking at those instructional resources and looking for those leverage points for our students who are identified as EL as well.
I apologize, this will be my last part on this. So if I heard this correctly, Title I, and if we're with the lens of gifted and talented, can be used to support gifted and talented. Title III can be used to support EL and gifted and talented EL.
Within the EL population.
So with that then, is there any Title I funds that are used for EL gifted and talented?
Yes.
Okay, why? If Title III funds
because
EL gifted and talented, why? Because it seems like to me then we're limiting the pool of non-EL gifted and talented if we're using funding that only can be given to that group to supplement a group that has their own funding.
So in Title I, a lot of ESSA from Title III has been moved over to Title I. So a lot of the laws that were required in Title III have shifted over to Title I because they've explained that a lot of our EL population are at Title I schools. However, to your question, the funds are there if needed in Title I for your EL population, but you don't have to use them because you have Title III funds to support the EL population, which then now leaves your Title III funds open and available for all other students in that school, which is what the conversation is now. Look at your entire population in your Title I schools, and that's all we're talking about right now with Title I funds. If I look at all my population, then I do need to be supporting my gifted and talented with my Title I funds in my Title I schools.
Yeah, it just sounds like what I'm hearing is we're being a little cannibalistic on that. When we have separate funds for EL, gifted and talented in Title III, but we're also using Title I funds because of the ESSER rules that have been put into that, I believe it doesn't look based on we know that there's a lack of gifted and talented support out there for all the populations. Are we saying that the EL gifted and talented population is the most populous of our gifted and talented? Because we're pulling from two different fund sources for it.
Yeah, but you don't have to. We can.
You just said we are. We are doing that.
Currently, we're not.
Okay.
Currently, we're
Okay.
not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understood that we
Okay.
were doing that.
No.
Okay. Okay. So I would make sure that we are being extremely mindful of where those buckets come from so that each population has its rightful
But I
part to
can't
it.
necessarily agree with the logic there, Scott, because when you talk about earmarking money, and it can only be used in that particular vein, I believe that there's a larger piece that you need to take into account, and that is if a certain category of funding is not needed fully to fund that aspect, and there are dollars that are available, that those dollars ought to be used to fund the much more needed program. So I'm not necessarily supportive of allocating X number of dollars here and it can't go outside that. You see, I just think that we ought to fund programs that are necessary and that can enhance the education of children.
And that will come out in all of the needs assessments.
Correct.
When they complete them at the school level.
And to circle back to your particular questions, Mr. Cody, regarding the Gifted and Talented Task Force, we are looking more intentionally on the programmatic side. We feel like those are, regardless of funding, we're able to make some programmatic decisions. Ms. Van Hoven and I are working through those that we definitely think will have even a greater impact moving forward. So we're going to be prepared to share those with you very soon. Okay?
Thank you. Okay, so we will focus now on EL Coach primary focus areas, which is the K-12 instructional support with the ALP aligned strategies and co-teaching. Ms. Smith, do you want to tell them what the ALP testing is, just so they understand what that?
That ELPT is the English language proficiency test that our EL students take to determine their proficiency levels in reading, writing, speaking, and listening.
Thank you. Literacy development, teacher support through PD and the PLC collaboration, monitoring of the EL, exited and long-term students, support of graduation pathways, intervention and assessment, and then family engagement and communication. So operational considerations as we are doing this work and trying to determine our focus and our intentional steps forward. We just want a clear delineation of grade band and responsibilities, scheduled campus rotations, and this is just operationally what is needed to make sure that we are able to put the right things in place in order to move the data and student outcomes. Define coaching cycles, which we currently have already, but just being very focused on that. And of course, regular collaboration between the EL coach, curriculum instruction and assessment team to ensure instructional alignment, and then direct reporting structure to district leadership and the CIA department. So just making sure that all the wheels are moving in the right direction and that all the right people are at the table on a regular basis, having those conversations to understand next steps. So overall, what we've talked about is funding that is being used strategically with compliance to support high-impact roles. Positions funded through, as Ms. Smith has, as you all have had great questions, and Ms. Smith has responded, what goes in the Title I, Title II, and Title III buckets. And then those remaining funds will support school-based programming, student services, and family engagement. So we are looking for greater impact. That's what we're trying to do. That's the name of this game, is maximizing human resources and greater impact. And I think we are accomplishing just that. We're super excited about next year and to see how all of these changes in this work over this past year, because this work has been going on for almost a year now, to reallocation, not a reduction, maximizing outcomes for students and families. So we're shifting school-based services to ensure that we're aligned with district priorities. And another shift that we will be taking on, which is, I think, will be a great shift and provide great support to our federal programs and the goals and priorities of our think tank, is federal programs will be aligned under instructional leadership. That way she has that support in that Department of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. So we'll be realigning her under that supervision, and so she has access to that team, the other instructional coaches. They can certainly plan and do all the wonderful things that they need to do to collaborate and be right there housed in that department. So we are excited about that for program coherence, instructional alignment, and accountability. So in summary, federal programs are being repositioned to deliver greater impact, stronger support, and long-term sustainability that is maximizing our federal funding, strengthening our services for our families, ensuring compliance. We always operate in that space, aligns to district priorities, and focuses resource where they matter the most. And it is always based on our data. So anything that when we're trying to determine funding, there has to be data to support that. That is where we're grounded, and that's why out of the Special Populations Task Force, it is all based on data and information that's being shared and considered. So we know that we are focused on the highest priorities and putting those dollars exactly where they belong. So our next steps for April's board meeting are going to be to we are having some modifications of the Director of Federal Programs job description, since we're having an elimination of one position in central office. We will also bring in the EL coach job description, program and organizational realignment, making sure the federal programs is under that CIA umbrella to have maximized support there. And then also continuing to roll out May 7th, we will be talking about additional school-based supports to utilize that additional funding that we have reallocated. Any questions?
I have a question. The federal program allows a small percentage of Head Start budget that could be used to get people who wouldn't normally fit in or would be approved to receive services. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I just remember when we had so many students, we could take in, and they allowed a small percentage, maybe like 2 students, if they weren't technically eligible for the services, to receive them. Am I correct?
Ms. Smith, do you have a response to that? So you're asking, Mr. Alexander, funding for Head Start students?
Yeah, I remember when I was on the selection committee, we had to review all the applications.
We can have Ms. Babin, if you don't mind, have Ms. Weber come talk to her, and then we can provide that information back to her.
Absolutely, I can provide it.
I was just on the selection committee a couple of weeks ago, and I think you can have like 10% over the poverty qualifications for Head Start eligibility. Is that what you're talking about?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Already built into the Head Start formula and the funding, so that is separate from title. But there is a certain portion that can be for overages, for over income.
And that's leading up to my question.
Okay.
My question is, it looked like we're going to be providing services to students who wouldn't qualify for assistance.
Can you elaborate on that? Are you talking about at our two early learning centers?
You're going to be providing, I can remember let me see if I can find the slide. You're going to be sending some people for something playground support, playgroup support at non-Title I schools. And the reason why is because you have Head Start students there.
Yes, sir. So our family service workers that support our Head Start centers, currently right now, they work out of our Carver and Bethune campuses. And now we are shifting our Head Start students to our school campuses. And so they will have to transition some of their work to those school buildings. And so since they're going to be there doing that wonderful work, what better opportunity than for us to leverage their, their resources, human resources, in order to connect with our families and continue the early learning work that we are currently doing right now. So, and they can, because we will have Head Start students in our school buildings.
Right. But are you kind of getting in the gray area by providing services to non-Head Start?
Okay, I can answer that one for you. We typically have they're already funded through Head Start, the family service workers. And so since they're paid through Head Start funds,
Okay.
previously all of our Head Start students were housed at 2 locations.
Right.
Since now we're going to have them at our 6 elementary campuses, they're still required to provide those services and supports to families and students. So they will be traveling already. They host play groups. Where we host them is irrelevant. So they're going to be able to host those play groups at the non-Title I schools as well.
But the playgroup support will only be for Head Start students?
No, it's inclusive of. And so just like we have over-income students already on our Head Start, what we typically right now have as Head Start campuses, anyone can come to those, the same thing would apply.
So back to the 10% limit, is there a limit of non-Head Start students who can take advantage of federal services? Is there a limit?
The play group more, I don't think, nothing that we've read has caused us to think there was any reason to be alarmed, because anyone can attend play groups currently.
I'm seeing a yellow flag in my mind.
Okay, we'll look into that so you can have peace of mind as well, for sure.
Well, I guess, does the question refer to the 10% limit in terms of numbers of students who are served, or does the 10% refer to eligibility requirements? I think that's where the confusion is. I don't think it has to do anything with the number of students served. I think it has to do with eligibility requirements. A student may exceed 10% of what the eligibility requirements are. That still allows him to receive the services. So I think that may be where the confusion is.
We'll get clarification.
But
so you have
again,
peace of mind, but
we go back to Scott, to the question that you and I were talking about earlier in terms of designated dollars. If you are offering a program at a school to serve 2 children who qualify for the program, and the teacher's going to be there all day, just because the money was directly allocated to serve those 2 students, when you got a barrel of water, everybody ought to be able to drink it. Yeah. So I think that's an example of what I was talking about.
All right.
thank you.
And that concludes our federal programs update.
Now we're going to roll right into our next, which is the staffing, and Ms. Brown will allude to some of the things from this federal programs update, as well as some other areas relative to our staffing. So, and some others may come up to the table as well. Ms. Brown?
Thank you, Dr. Orling. Okay, so you will notice throughout this presentation, we have a lot packed in here. So please stop me, just as we did with federal programs, and ask any questions that you may have, because there's a lot packed in here, and I want to make sure that I provide very clear responses to you, and anything we need to follow up on, we will certainly do that. So what is the purpose of our update today for you is to provide our annual staffing process. This is a lot of what you'll see here today is what we normally do every spring in order to prepare for our next school year and to make sure that our schools are staffed appropriately to service all of our students. So we are aligning our workforce, making sure that we're focused on instructional priorities and fiscal responsibility, and our commitment to protection of our PICs, people, instruction, compliance, and safety. And so that is where we are grounded. Our guiding commitments is to maximize, and you've heard me say this already a few times, existing resources before adding any costs. And I'm happy to say, and I'll say it again throughout this presentation, there are no added costs at this time, and you'll hear that throughout. We have a shift in reallocation of resources, but at this time, there's no added costs. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. Protect classrooms and student services, prioritize compliance and safety, and strategic reallocation over reduction where possible. So those are our commitments, and that's where I've been laser focused with all of my team members throughout the district, because it has been a huge undertaking with everybody in the district working together collaboratively in order to accomplish where we are today. So just to give you, I'm sorry, I was not advancing my slides. Okay, district staffing overview. So this kind of includes all the areas that I'm going to touch on today, and it's basically staffing updates. It is comprehensive. We're looking at enrollment changes. We're looking at reallocation of funding sources, which you just heard a lot about, expansion of pre-K and special education programs, and needs identified through the Special Populations Task Force. You'll hear a lot of that throughout this presentation. So when we talk about district staffing, what areas are we touching on today? ITS, Information Technology Services, Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Equity and Student Support, Federal Programs, SPED, Special Education Programs, and Pre-K expansion. So those are the departments and areas we'll talk about throughout this presentation. So this next slide shows our, is telling you that we are having an enrollment decline, right? And we've kind of been in that posture for the past few years. Well, every year in the spring, I respond to that, and so did Ms. Weber when she was here. Basically, we look at the projected enrollment, we get that enrollment, I update the superintendent, and I say, okay, so it looks like these schools may have a -1, these schools may have a +1, how do we want to respond to that, and making sure that we make those appropriate adjustments and shifts. We also look at our attrition and any retirements or resignations that we have. And so we know that we're going to place people where we need to and make sure that a school is not overstaffed, right? Because we don't want to have that. So this is normal, part of our normal process. I'm just giving you more detail today because we want to make sure that we are providing you clear information and how it impacts the overall budget for personnel. So,
When you say staffing reductions, 9 positions, does that include the conversations we've had just a few minutes ago with the federal and all that? No? Okay.
no, this is just based on enrollment of schools.
Enrollment ratio.
So when we look at our K-12 schools, this is me looking at enrollment of each of those schools and saying, okay, how many teaching positions do we need at X school, right? So when I looked at elementary, there are 9 teachers that we would have to reduce by overall. Not every school has a minus. We call it minuses because we'll have to place that teacher somewhere else in the district. Not every school, but this includes, of the schools, there are 9 total in elementary, 1 at middle, and 6 at high school. So if we have a position where we may have an elementary school and they have a resignation and they had a -1, it cancels out. But I'm still collecting it as a minus because overall, if they had 20 teachers, now they have 19. So it is still a savings there, okay? So I just want to make sure that I'm being clear. So it's 16 total positions. I did add each salary of each person, and then I added on the benefits of each one, and that is an estimated. The benefits is an estimate, just to be super clear. So it's approximately $1,479,000. That's with those 16 positions having that reduction there, okay? So then we look at placement strategy. We look at existing vacancies. We look at attrition. At our board update, most recently in March, there were 22, right? Resignations and retirements, there were 22 that I reported. So those vacancies allow me then to place our minuses into those positions and to look at any additional needs that we may have across the district in SPED or pre-K, and it allows me to start putting my little puzzle together. Okay, so existing vacancies, attrition, and program expansion through pre-K and SPED.
What is the current enrollment? And what is our projection for next year?
I don't have our current,
This year's is around 8,800. We're expected to be around 85 to 8,600 next year. We're expected to be around 200 fewer than where we were this year. And we've seen that pretty consistently between 150, 250 the last 3 or 4 years. And as I've stated previously to the board, there are very few school systems in Louisiana that are increasing in student population, aside from like Ascension, Livingston is one, and one somewhere up. Even honestly, Ascension, for the first time going into next year, expect a smaller decline in enrollment.
But yet our special needs and ELL enrollment is increasing, right? Are those other districts having similar experience?
Yes, sir. Very similar.
Dr. Ortland,
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to ask you, is the population going down in the parish?
I would assume so based on where our students are enrolled. If you recall, I think from the last update from, what's the company? I can't think of the name off the top of my head that does that.
South Central Planning.
Planning, the numbers were down a little bit lower than where they had originally projected. So it does seem as though there's still a small decline in the parish as well, Ms. Ellis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
okay, so our notification process, and I just wanted to be very clear and intentional and share with you all how we, and I kind of shared a little bit when we started before our federal programs. So basically we identify, which schools will have to reduce. I do go out and meet with, and I have met with every single employee individually with their school principal if they're available. That way, if we are shifting them, which if I'm meeting with them, I'm shifting them unless there's a resignation or a retirement in that school building and I can leave them there. It is always my priority to leave them in their school building if I can. So if a vacancy comes up, I want to leave them there. But first and foremost, we prioritize certification. So if I'm going to leave them there, am I putting them in their field, right, based on their certification? So we're very clear and transparent. I do get a lot of great feedback. I want y'all to know that because we have a lot of teachers that come from other districts, and they thank me for being able to come out there and speak to them one-on-one. Why? Because we value them. We know it's hard for people to move from one school site to another, to get very connected to all their friends in that school building. So it is hard, but we make sure that we value them, we listen to their preferences, and that's the first thing I say is, I will always prioritize keeping you in the building. I will always prioritize your certification because that's compliance and we need to do that. But the next thing is, if I can't keep you here, what information can you share with me on priorities? East Bank, West Bank, doesn't mean I can do that, but it means that I'm valuing that employee and I want to make sure that they understand that we're going to do our best to ensure that we place you in your area of preference outside of the two areas that are certification, and if we can leave them in their school building, we certainly will. So I just wanted y'all to know a little bit about that but how that process has taken place. This is probably the most number of employees that I've had to meet with this year, and so there may be some chatter around the district or in the community going to you all, and I just wanted you to kind of have a handle on how do we handle that and what do we do. So I will notify our employees before job fair of their placements. There's some internal position notices that are currently happening right now, and I need those vacancies to be filled, and then I can determine final placement and where we will place our teachers for next year. Okay, so now we'll get into the departments and the areas that I just want to update you all on, starting with our Phase 3 organizational alignment, which involves our 2 executive directors, equity and student support, and executive director of student services. That is, we are consolidating to 1 executive director, which you already are aware of that, but I just want you to see the whole picture. Reallocation of 1 senior secretary to support ITS. That is aligned with the assessment from Lean Frog. So we are, trying to find the wins at no additional cost and being able to support those departments as best as we can without adding cost to this district. And so that was one area where it's not additional cost to the district, but it's going to help meet the needs of that department. So we're happy to be able to do that. And then you know that we had that as a result of our consolidation of executive directors, the addition of the director of mental health and counseling, and then aligning staffing and evolving district needs with no additional cost to the district. And that is the name of the game right now. Okay, so the next slide is CIA, and this is really just, we appreciate our friends in curriculum instruction and assessment and Ms. Babin for really taking a very hard, comprehensive look at her team and determining where can she reduce in order to meet needs of other departments, right? Where can we maximize those resources without impacting the current services that we are providing? And so she was able to have a reallocation of 2 literacy interventionists. This is not impacting anybody's positions. These are vacancies that we are going to reallocate to our SPED needs. They also had an assessment and looking at, through the Special Populations Task Force, some positions that they needed in order to support the needs of their students and their growing population. And so we are looking at the whole puzzle to see where can we shift and allocate and where can we prioritize the priorities. And that's kind of what we're doing right now. In addition, there's a reallocation of a literacy coach to SPED to support student needs as well. So we are repurposing these positions in order to maximize our services for our students. In addition, you've already seen this, but just to put all the pieces of the puzzle in there, shifting 1 secretary from the arts to the LPAC to help with the operation side. So basically, we're overall strengthening the student services and compliance efforts.
So the reallocation to SPED, that's enabling us to keep up with the increase in enrollment in that area?
Yes, sir. Great question. Okay, so I am going to touch on, I know y'all have heard a lot about federal programs, but it is part of my big overall puzzle. So I just wanted y'all to have that information as I'm going through each of these areas so you can see that overall impact. So you know we're realigning federal programs dollars, and we have that 1 position that we are eliminating. We are reallocating to our schools and our family center restructuring. The federal programs reallocation is for greater impact to make sure that we are providing the most support that we possibly can to each of our schools, all of our schools across the district, and making sure that we're meeting the needs of our Title I schools, which is aligned to federal programs priorities. So you know we talked about the 8 positions, which is the CSR roles, the family teachers, and the Title I coordinators for an approximate cost of $718,000 that we are currently using those dollars to figure out, you know, where are we going to position those dollars to maximize services and maximize human resources. So this is just a recap of those 2 positions that I talked to you about earlier in the federal programs, 1 EL coach, and that's the salary range, just to give y'all some numbers. And then the Dean of School Climate and Student Support for Luling Elementary, and that is, again, you see that salary range there. And then we have approximately $550,000 that when we come back together on May 7th, we will determine, okay, how, based on data, based on needs, how do we want to spend that money? Any questions? Moving on. Okay, SPED and specialized program support. Y'all have heard a lot about SPED, right? And we are really excited to be able to provide them some additional support to meet those needs because we know it is truly a need. Thank you, Ms. Van Hoven, for joining us. So we have a reallocation of vacancies to support our growing population of SPED students. And so this is no additional cost to the district, but we are able to meet those needs with the 8 teachers, 2 speech-language pathologists, and 2 talented teachers, which is in compliance, right, but also meeting our needs for each of our students. And then the reallocation of existing resources, the 3 general education positions through the literacy interventionist and literacy coach that we are going to reallocate to support our SPED positions in central office, which is 1 behavior interventionist. They are central office, but they do support our schools every day. and 2 elementary sped facilitators, which is greatly needed. And that work came out of the Special Populations Task Force, and so we feel really good that we are able to meet those needs. And I do have Ms. Van Hoven here if y'all have any questions for her, but we are also elevating, again, not an additional cost to the district, the assistive technology and specialist to coordinator of assisted technology and instructional support of complex needs. And that is going to be paid for through IDEA funds, which is another funding source, in order to at least engage a portion of the phase 1 SPED restructuring. So that's what we're doing. We're grabbing where's our highest need and what can we do without adding additional cost to the district.
Ms. Van, I was going to go ahead, Ms.
When we talk about the special ed populations, is that the 3-year-olds as well, or is that coming out of a different source of pre-K? It's all together? No.
So you're talking about the additional 3-year-old special education teachers that went through staffing and was approved based on the number of students we have at East Bank and West Bank at this time.
Okay, thanks.
That is in my number here. So just so you know, that's part of that 8.
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
To add as well is these elementary SPED facilitators are to address the increase in the significant needs that we're seeing in behavioral supports. So it's not just adding to that overall number, but very intentionally looking, as Ms. Brown referenced, it is part of that phase 1 of the reorganization and looking at the very intentional supports that are needed for our students in our schools.
So the 8 SPED teachers, some of those are coming from regular enrollment vacancies?
Yes, sir. So on my many slides ago, we had 16 where we were actually reduced. And I'll probably have an overall financial impact coming up soon, but basically we reduced by 16. You know, how many total vacancies? I've reported 22 at the last board meeting. We've had a few more since then, looking at our overall reductions, right, just based on normal attrition and based on enrollment changes and vacancies, and what can we shift without adding additional cost, and is there a net cost savings? And I'll be presenting that shortly. Does that answer your question?
To answer your question, yes, the 8 is coming from the 16.
Okay. Moving on now, just to touch on the pre-K expansion and strategic alignment. We talked about the impact of our minuses in each of our school buildings, and we looked at certification of every person in the elementary area. Where could we place them? And I'm happy to say that, as Ms. Weber has reported, you know, the numbers on pre-K, we're not adding additional cost at this time. She does have 112 that still need to be processed, right? But at this time, there's no additional cost to the district as a result of the pre-K expansion, because we were able to use our minuses, our employees that have to shift from another building, into those positions, and they are pre-K certified. So it's a beautiful thing to allow us to just fold it all in without any additional cost there. So we will be having some additional conversations, and again, these employees will be notified before job fair, because remember, when we have job fair on April 21st, we want our principals to know, what am I filling? What vacancies do I have remaining? And so that's why all this work has to happen, and notifications have to happen for each employee at that time. Okay, and here's our financial impact summary. So there's 16 positions that we reduced based on enrollment. Reallocation of 3 positions to SPED to meet the identified needs. We have our 12 positions to meet our needs of our SPED, talented, and speech-language pathologists. And then that is an estimated net salary savings of $450,000 right now. Additional savings from central office adjustments. We're constantly looking and monitoring. I can tell you we are laser focused. I am laser focused because this is a hat that I wear. And so I'm asking lots of hard questions to say, okay, do we need this? Do we need to replace this? What do we need to do? Because I understand the charge and I understand the work that needs to happen. And we are very closely aligned in those conversations. So I hope that that number is going to continue to go up. And then placing those federal funds so we can continue to minimize additional costs to the district and utilize our funds through IDEA, through title money, through any other funding source that we can, maximize that first, then decide Is this a need, and what do we need to do moving forward as far as staffing and personnel? So just to wrap it all up for you all, we are very focused on our PICs, right? Our people, our instruction, our compliance, and our safety, aligning staffing and enrollment trends, which is our normal process, prioritize student services and compliance, maximize funding and resources, supports employees through strategic placement, and strengthens long-term district sustainability to make sure that we are operating in alignment with all of our areas, including finance. And then our final next steps, and you saw some of these in my previous presentation, but we will bring the Director of Federal Programs job descriptions because we are going to have some changes for that. Our EL coach, that is a new position that will be paid for with federal funds. Our assistive technology and SPED specialist, that role will change slightly, paid for through IDEA funds. Our organizational realignment, we are going to move federal programs under CIA. We are also going to move early childhood under CIA. That way they have that support of instruction and very focused on all the priorities and that we're in alignment. And in addition, just some leadership realignment. We will move our Director of Early Childhood, Administrator of Head Start will shift from the Director of Early Childhood to the Executive Director of Elementary Schools. That will be in alignment with all of our school buildings.
So is it fair to say, with the reduction of the number of student enrollment, but with the addition of the pre-K4, universal pre-K4, and the additional special education students, that we possibly could have had a reduction of force hadn't we added the pre-K and the additional SPED students?
I want to make sure I understand your question. If we wouldn't have had, it's one way to look at it, right? Is that we had those vacancies to place them in. I really can't answer if we would have had to do
So I think it depends on a lot of things. I mean, if student enrollment was the exact same as it was this year going into next year, it would have been much more difficult to handle. I'll say this too, and I don't know if you picked up on it, but those family center teachers, okay, were funded originally by federal funds. Now they will be funding the specialists or whatever the title is for those schools, and those teachers are filling vacancies across the entire district, right? So think of it from that standpoint, we're shifting some of the funding, but we're able to overall right now still save, and we're still looking at opportunities to save. And then we're gonna get a little bit further into interim budget savings options for the board to consider and for us to consider from an operational standpoint, knowing that we're still working towards that interim budget, but just talking about some of those things and really asking our team, if there's a vacancy, can we support the vacancy needs of that school or department without currently replacing it totally? So it may come at an additional challenge, but we'd much rather take that route than the word you just previously mentioned.
Mr. O'Quinn, I believe, and I could be wrong, that the pre-K and 4-year-old students are included in our enrollment.
Not current, well, we don't currently have a universal pre-K.
Okay, but I think, I'm not sure what you're implying, but I think our total enrollment of 8,800 students has to include our Head Start, all the kids that we're serving.
Currently, yes, sir.
Right. And the enrollment is down 13% since I first came on the board.
Yeah, it's about between 2% and 4% every year for the last 5 years. But we are hopeful, right, by expanding pre-K4, that we'll start to see an increase overall.
And what is the increase in SPED students?
It's about 2.5% from beginning of year to end of year, each year over the past 3 years. So there's about a 2.5% to 3% increase each year.
The last, so if we multiply that, it's up to over 10%?
Yes, it is.
In 2 or 3 years, you say?
Yes.
Yeah, is it over 13% right now currently? You know, off the top of your head?
I believe it's 14% off the top of my head. But over the past 3 years, from beginning of year to end of year, there is a consistent 2.5% increase.
So it looks like we're gonna become a special ed school district.
We're going to continue to respond to the needs just as any other district is experiencing, as Dr. Ortling shared. While we're experiencing a decline in enrollment across the state and nation, it's experiencing an increase in that. So that's,
Enrollment and an increase in sped.
yes. And so our staffing shifts. Hopefully you're seeing that we are trying to be very intentional with meeting the needs of those changes in our population.
I'm glad that y'all are aware, but I think I'm speaking for myself. I'm being enlightened by the reduction of regular students and the increase in sped students.
I guess my concern is just a little bit different.
Microphone, please, sir.
I said, I guess my concern is just a little bit different as it relates to this particular matter. I am more concerned about the categories of decline as opposed to the numbers of decline. I think that over the years, we have had an increase in specialization in special education, and we have more people now qualifying in some of the less challenging areas. For example, Scott, going back to you again, gifted and talented, I think we have more. So I wonder if maybe for one of our next discussions on this, we could take a look at the categorical changes in student population in special education over the last 5 years, 10 years, whatever you want to look at it, so that we could see just where that change is taking place. Are we having more students in behavioral classes? Are we having more, you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So that concerns me just a little bit more, because where we allocate the dollars, are we having more children coming in the special ed, pre-K programs than we have had before, which contributes to the success we're having in the district. So we can make all kinds of inferences from that kind of data as opposed to just generally looking at a decline.
And Mr. Smith, we'll bring that information back. That was, to your point, that's how we structured our special population task force meetings, by providing that data with those. It was basically a needs assessment for those specific populations. But we will bring those data slides back to the board for further discussion. But we are trying to take a very strategic approach, specifically, just like you said, based on what the data is currently showing us according to those different categories, including increase in talented. If you notice, there is an increase in services for our talented students, and that came out of our special population task force and based on those numbers.
So, you said that other school districts are the same things happen, decrease in enrollment, increasing in sped numbers. Are any of our surrounding school districts seeing a decrease in their special ed numbers, and we're seeing an increase? Can that be answered, or?
I can't answer that. We can definitely look to see what that the neighboring districts look like. I can tell you there's a significant number of students transferring into the district each year.
Yes.
And
and the reason I asked that, I know some realtors and they've specifically said that people bought this house because they lived in a neighboring district, but they wanted to receive the special education services that St. Charles Parish provides in comparison to what their previous district provided.
transferring in for, these would be SPED students?
These would be special education students, disability.
I have, currently at this time, today, at this date, are we seeing any positions that we need to be filling? I mean, do we have, how many positions are available today? That when they go to job fair, we know that we need to fill those. Is it more in our high school content? Is it more about probably our SPED areas? I mean, what are we looking at, and what school is, let me see how I can word, what school has the most, we're gonna know, we're gonna have spots that need to be filled?
So on the regular, let's talk about, put them in categories. On the regular ed side, currently right now, I think there is, for high school, I don't know that I have a position in high school at this moment,
About today?
Correct. Middle school, and the reason why we're still placing all of our people, right? And before job fair, I will have placements. We are still looking at middle school. I do have some vacancies in PE and math. However, I'm probably going to fill those with placements. And then in the elementary, I do have SPED, and I do have some regular ed positions. Ms. Babin is in the process of filling our internal position notice for our literacy interventionist vacancies. I don't know what's going to be a true vacancy at this time because I am placing all of our people, and then I will provide a report to the superintendent so we can determine, okay, which positions, going through the test that he spoke about, which positions do we want to fill in the vacancies? I'm not saying we're not going to, but we have to, we're charged with looking at each of those vacancies before we fill them. So I don't have a conclusive report at this time because I want to be able to place people where they need to be and notify them. And then we can provide an update to tell you based on those shifts, April 8th, I'm meeting with my team to make those final decisions on placements. And then I will have a better picture to say, how many vacancies do we actually have now? And how many, are we gonna hold on any of those? Or are we gonna go ahead and fill those? What is the impact if we didn't? So I think we're just really taking a hard look at each area, moving a little slower than we normally do, because we're trying to be very carefully laser focused on the charge.
Thank you for that, and I am very aware how fast things can change very quickly. So thank you. I just, people reach out to us as board members. I really want to apply in St. Charles Parish. Do you know if there's any vacancies? So I just tell them apply. And you don't know because it changes so quickly. So I want to make sure what I'm saying is true because a lot of people are saying, we're hearing that St. Charles Parish is not hiring. And I said, well, that's not true. We do encourage you to apply, so please do. And, we will invite you to job fair if you meet all those requirements. And if not, just continue to reach out. So I just want to make sure my language is being said correctly.
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate your question. And I know that we will need a speech language pathologist. I know we will need SPED teachers.
Right.
I know that there are some other special populations positions that we will need. But as far as our regular classroom positions, that's what I can't give you clarity on today. But as soon as we can give clarity, because I want to give you the necessary information to be able to respond to people in the community, we will certainly do that.
And how about our nurses and mental health professionals? How are we looking there?
I don't have any known vacancies at this moment, but that changes by the day.
Yes,
So,
I'm aware.
yeah.
I had a question back to the 16 staffing, that number. Where, I don't want to call it a reduction, but we know that's, they are being reallocated, correct? Yes, okay. There was, I believe the number was 8, or were the vacancies on the SPED part, is that correct? Or 9, I think maybe is what it was?
8 on SPED
Okay,
classroom
so from that
teachers.
16, 8 are now being going into SPED. You have to be qualified to be a SPED teacher, correct?
Yes, you do. You have to meet those certifications. However, we do place people on, we call an OFAT, out of field teaching authority. And basically, they have 3 years. So if we have a regular ed teacher that says, I'm interested in being a SPED teacher, then we will place them. Mr. Truding does that work, wonderful work with our certification process. We apply through the state to put them on an OFAT, and they have 3 years to get certified. We do support them in that certification. And the same thing goes to if somebody's teaching math and they want to be a PE teacher, or they're in PE and they want to be a math teacher. There's an OFAT for each of those, so we can support that. And as long as we provide the OFAT, we're
And
in
just for the sake of time, I don't mean to be rude and interrupt you, but for the sake of time, but math to PE, I think we can all intellectually be honest and say that SPED versus non-SPED qualified is different. Okay. So what I want to make sure is that out of those 16, if you were SPED qualified, to me, it seems like you would get priority to go into the SPED program. Okay. Right?
Yeah.
However, there are other reassignments that are open that don't necessarily need SPED qualifications. So as a SPED qualified teacher, now it seems like you're almost pigeonholed naturally, and that's a bad word, that's not the correct word I'm looking at, but you're limited in your options based on what's happening. You have to go into the SPED opening. Okay, whereas if you're not SPED qualified, your openings seem to be a little bit probably more open with regards to a reallocation. Is that a fair assessment?
It is, and I want to make sure that I'm responding to, so I don't anticipate at this time to force anybody that is not SPED into a SPED offering. Does
But
that
you
answer?
are, and exactly, that's what but you are essentially putting someone that is SPED qualified that maybe doesn't want to be at a particular location or at a particular grade, but because they're SPED qualified, we're essentially going to probably reallocate them to a SPED opening, correct? Okay.
Because, yes.
So it's a 3-year process to become SPED qualified. Is that fair?
Yes, the out of field, yes.
Okay. Is there any way to truncate that? To make that is it a 3-year process?
It's left up to how well that individual works towards certification. Many times they can get certified within a year from that standpoint, especially if they're an experienced teacher.
Okay. I think we need to explore requiring that process to be truncated. And I think because to something that was alluded here earlier with regards to the population, we need to probably look at making that a requirement for all teachers. And here's why. It's naturally going to be a reallocation into more SPED openings than non-SPED openings. And if a teacher does not want to become SPED qualified, now we're forcing them into that. At the very least, we can say you have to get it within, instead of 3 years, 1 year. But if we required everyone to at least get it within 1 year, if that's feasible, if that's something that, I just think the population is telling us that we're going to have to make these, and I think 3 years, to me, with some of the issues that have come up with some of the SPED behavioral problems, I don't think we're putting our teachers in a position to be as successful as they can when we're saying, hey, you got 3 years to do this.
Well, you know, on your certification, you could be certified in something your entire career, whereas you may be certified PE, math, English, social studies. It may be on your certificate, but you've only been in math all these years. You can turn around the next year and you can go teach social studies and you're certified. You don't have to go for the certificate. It's only if that certification doesn't appear on your certificate. So some teachers maybe have the ability to teach other areas, but just chose not to over those number of years. Am I being
right? But and that's I get that point, but I'm trying to say that the SPED qualification, I think, is just, to me, is a completely different qualification. And so to ask someone that does not have any qualified SPED credentials to go teach in a SPED classroom and say you've got 3 years to kind of understand this, I think we're setting them up for failure, our teachers.
I think some,
in that sped classroom 1 year, and then the next year, an opening, a vacancy becomes back in their area. They move back in the area, and they don't have to go back for that other certification.
Right, but we're having, in just this instance alone, and I believe this will be the norm probably moving forward, we had 8 or 9 reallocations from current teachers into SPED programs. That's half. That's 50% of, not a reduction, but 50% of reallocations into SPED. If we are not increasing our SPED teacher qualification pool, we are setting the teachers and then subsequently setting up the students for failure if we're not seeing far down the line and understanding that we cannot put non-SPED qualified teachers into SPED classrooms. I mean, I know we have to right now, but that is something we should really avoid trying to do.
and Mr. Cody, if I understand, I do believe too, a lot of it, that they don't move so quickly is because of funding. I don't know, do we fund school for teachers who want to get their certification in SPED? Do we get funding for that?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that might be it. Then you have some people, when you're working in SPED, it is a lot of you to be required of you. And so to do that, and if you are a mom with kids, you got to go to school. I mean, so I think that's why they kind of give you that 3-year window. And I understand what you're saying about that year. If I understand what you're saying, I understand that path. But I think a lot of it has to do with funding, the time that goes into those courses, that is just not as simple as to say, I can do that in 1 year. Now, some people might, but I know the teachers that we want to grow in that area, we want to make sure that we can support them as well outside of getting that certification, because in that classroom as a SPED teacher, it's a lot of work, a lot of work. And I think we need to be mindful that if we are going to grow that area, what else can we do to support those people to get those certifications?
Yes, and right now we do have a very targeted professional learning onboarding for our new teachers, our 0 to 3 teachers in the district or in SPED. And just outlining that, and that's something from the task force that my team has done and we continue to do, is outline those 3 years and what that training, support, job embedded looks like.
There were so many great ideas that came from the task force, and so thinking of the positions that we talked about with the special ed facilitators that are targeting the highest need population. So making sure that we have those there. One of the other things that we're able to do through different funding sources is provide additional days. We know that not only do new teachers need all of the curriculum side, but if they're a SPED teacher, they need that plus. And so we want to make sure that they have time to look at the behavior plans, going over IEPs. And so we have additional days that are going to be built in, paid through a separate funding source for those teachers to make sure that they feel ready to hit the ground running on all of the supports that they needed in place. An additional piece that we also have incorporated since the task force is looking at, students don't just go to the special education teachers class for a portion of the day. We want to make sure that all of our gen ed teachers are prepared to handle those behaviors. And so part of the collaboration between Ms. Van Hoven's department and with Mr. Vanette with our safety and security is building in some of those responsive behaviors. So that way at the beginning of the year presentations, all of our teachers are trained in some of those de-escalation techniques and how to handle the off-task behaviors to that point that we want to make sure that everybody is equipped. So some great ideas that we've been able to implement in a short time from the task force.
I just want to say, I guess what I'm kind of gathering what he's saying, and then I hear what she's saying also, but what the ask, I think, moving forward is to say, in the population of all the teachers that we do have, is there anyone who right now in your current position would want to start this process? So you aren't in the special education classroom trying to get your special education certification while everything's happening. It's how can we be proactive and not reactive to the moving of the teachers, right?
And I just think it's responsible on our part to let the teachers know, guys, this is the data. Look at what just happened. 16 reallocations, 8 of them were SPED. At some point, non-SPED teachers are not going to get they're just not going to get the places that they want to go because they're just not going to be there. So it's a responsibility for us just to say, these are the numbers. You go, if you want to go out and get this qualification to kind of have it in your back pocket, that's probably where the majority of our teachers are going to lead in the next 10 to 15 years. I think that's just being responsible based on the numbers.
8 positions shifted from Head Start to support the pre-K 4 expansion, and 2 positions will remain at Head Start. If these people are currently on Head Start budget, will the district pick up the salaries of these 8 positions?
Staffing perspective.
Yes, I can. So the positions, it's a total of 10 positions that the district is already currently funding.
The district are funding these 10?
Well, a portion of it is funded through Head Start. A portion is funded through, I don't know that specific breakdown between the Head Start budget and the district
About
budget.
60-40.
Okay.
60% of it's picked up from the district's perspective.
But
That's not.
The overall budget of Head Start.
Is that including the part of the Head Start budget that the district supplements?
Yes, sir, and that's all inclusive of the Head Start budget. So each of those teachers is partly funded through the school system's general fund.
Is that because of the money that the district is required to supplement the federal money? Is that where it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but now these people are going to be working primarily for the district.
So in terms of our Head Start budget, we use those funds specifically to fund all of our Head Start students in additional supports. So but they're spread out now across our entire school system. So we're not losing any of that funding and supplementing it with just district funds. Those are still considered Head Start positions because they're Head Start qualified students. They're just now being serviced at all of our neighborhood schools. So it's not like we're picking up the additional cost. That money is still being utilized in an efficient way. And if I could go back to Mr. Scott and Ms. Boudreaux's question to kind of summarize that, I would like our team to come up with what are going to be our recruiting efforts to increase the number of certified special education teachers moving forward to address the need where we're seeing where general population is declining. That's, I think, the ask of us, and that's what we'll bring back to the board at a later date. And to your point, I don't know if we can require legally anybody to get a certification, but we can incentivize, put other programs in place to increase that number, because that's a valid point. And just so you know, we did increase from some of our initiatives with Goal B. REACH, right, was an initiative that we used to increase the number of special education teachers, as well as several other programs that we've instituted to increase that number. But it is a great time now to reevaluate and have a more strategic look at how we're going to increase those numbers.
Can't answer my question. I was just going to say, we did increase the number of our paras by making them go through the program and become certified teachers. So we can just answer. Thank you.
There are multiple pipelines that we utilize. So Dr. Orling, thank you for bringing up the REACH pipeline.
Okay, at this next time, we'll bring in Mr. Adam Neighbors for our interim savings options. Once again, I'm going to ask Ms. Brown to stay, Ms. Babin, Mr. John Rome can come to the table as well. Once again, if you notice from the agenda items, we've been very strategic in laying it out in such a way that you'll see what we're working towards, which is a tighter interim budget when it comes to next year. So with that said, I will let Mr. Neighbors begin the discussion. Just make sure you turn on your mics, please.
All right, good morning again, everyone. There is an attachment to this agenda item, again, kind of covering some of the plans and the processes that we're making in terms of some more specifics. This morning was a lot about the process and how we got here. This session is more about where we're at and some of the options and things in terms of providing as much information as we can to you to make some informed decisions going forward. So there is an attachment in the agenda item, kind of talking about the interim budget savings options. We're going to start with we're at the higher level things in terms of revenues. I think we've been keeping most of you up to date in terms of the variability and the options that are available on the table that we've been discussing with bond counsel and other underwriting sources to make sure that we're investigating all avenues. We want to make sure that we're visiting all of the options that could be out there in terms of providing some cash flow and or additional monies for the district. The first of which, obviously, that everyone's been discussing is the revenue anticipation note, or as Dr. Orling calls it, the RAN. This would be, right now, the estimated capture is around 30 to 35 million, but that is a interim calculation that we're going to have to bear out based on the results of the Eisner-Amper discussion. So that number could fluctuate a little bit. This measure is a cash flow stability measure, just because a revenue anticipation note is basically pulling current or future monies into the current year projection. So that would be borrowing against, in so many words, the future ad valorem collections. Our estimated timeline would be looking to go to receive or go for this money or get this money in September, and then repay it shortly after the turn of the year in January when those ad valorems come in. This type of action does not currently require public vote or hearing, but it does require board approval process. As I kind of noted in the discussion, this could assist with some of our fall operations and to kind of provide that bridge between where we think things could be more of a concern as those cash flow projections come into better focus. Okay. From there would be the more significant option of general obligation, or GO bonds. Right now, based on calculations and discussions with our bond counsel, Foley and Judell, we again are hovering around a $30 to $35 million number there. But again, that's also kind of dependent on the market and the variability and again, kind of figuring out where that need is going to be. When we start moving into that discussion, we have to be very cautious and careful about how we frame and disclose our narrative around what those funds are going to be used for, because talking to bond counsel, we are able to pull in and possibly, in so many words, recover some of the expenditures that have been occurring in the last 6 to 9 months. And I think, Mr. Rome, if you want to talk a little bit more about the capital project side of that type of investment.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously, at this point in time, we're committed to a couple of the long-range athletic plan projects. That's mostly speaking to the middle school and elementary school gyms. That number is going to be in the $17 to $20 million range in the next year and a half. When you talk about construction costs, site work testing, A&E, furniture, technology, things of that nature. So the idea behind that is we know within the next year and a half, we're gonna experience expending those funds. So a GO bond in this nature on the construction side would be able to kind of backfeed those expenses almost like on a reimbursement basis. So just as an opportunity option there, we know we have those fixed costs coming, and this could potentially be some relief to that.
Thank you, Mr. Rome. Again, this one is the more significant involvement in terms of it doesn't require public vote and approval, as well as the board approval and action. Our timeline right now, based on discussion with bond counsel, would be going out or announcing in the July or August timeframe, and then board approval for that board approval, and then putting that on a December 2026 election. And then, according to the calculations provided by Foley and Judell, they believe funding and or the receipt of that money could come as soon as February of 27. So there could be, as Mr. Rome mentioned, relief in the next current fiscal year's calculations. Right now, based on my discussions with Foley and Judell, this type of note or this type of GO bond would most likely be a shorter term than our historical issuances. We've kind of historically went to a 10 or 20 million, or 10 or 20 year, sorry, not million, 10 to 20 year note on these. Based on the timeline and the turnaround, it is proposed that we maybe shrink that to 6 or 7 years so that the overall obligation may be a little bit higher as things happen, but our overall payoff and our effect on interest, considering the way that the interest is right now, would be reduced in the short term as well. And one of the last points about this would be the upcoming election could be a barometer as to the public's appetite for this type of offering. Oh, I feel like it's going out.
Mr. Neighbors, if I could add in too, kind of part of that conversation, by having that shorter term and this specific defined amount does protect our capacity for future general obligation bond issuances. I believe around 2031, There's going to be some capacity that becomes available, but by doing this amount in the short term protects our opportunity to go back out for more funding at that time if appropriate.
Thank you again, Mr. Room. Yeah, because the 2031, there are going to be some of our historical ones that start to roll off, or those obligations start to decrease significantly. Okay. Two additional options that were proposed by the bond council or the underwriter firms were similar-ish. One of them would be a refunding general obligation bond, which basically takes existing debt and recapitalizes it and spreads it out over a new term. And that would be kind of focusing on the oldest debt at this time, which is the 2015 GO bonds. When we kind of, at this time, it's about 23-ish million outstanding. When we kind of looked at the proposals and I worked it over with bond counsel, the amount of cost savings that would be calculated wasn't significant enough to really take that option as a truly viable option. The largest savings would be incremental and mostly related to the interest cost, which is kind of still in a variable state right now. So the cost savings that was proposed to us may not even fully materialize with the market instability that we have going on right now. The indall was only about maybe $300,000 to $400,000 over the course of the next 10 years, which is, in so many words, a negligible impact to current operations. The other option proposed by bond counsel was a sales tax bond comparable to our the 2019 issuance. The movement here would be more about issuing it in a 20-year note, and to help us with current funds, we would make the first 10 years of payments interest only. You may have been familiar with like a mortgage loan or something like that, where you kind of focus interest only from a cash flow perspective. This cash flow or interest only payment schedule would help us in the short term, but unfortunately at the back end, when you start kicking in your principal, the principal balance would have to be paying off at a higher or an accelerated rate over that last 10-year term. And so the net wash was you may save some short term for, as Johnny Rome said, a long-term pain. So you could gain in the interim, but the end-all overall cost would be a net negative to the district. So those are two options that were floated and considered, but at this time, that was not the most viable options in terms of savings or the positioning for the district.
And for the sales tax one, you would have to go out for a vote as well.
Yes, sir. I left that over here. And last but not least, in terms of revenue discussion, would obviously be a revisiting of our millage calculations and whether or not we wanted to proceed with a roll forward. But again, some of that also could depend on the May election and where we end up in terms of approvals and things of that nature. Trying to figure out where in that matrix of what assessments should we put out there in terms of making sure our operations are stabilized.
And if I could just say before we continue down this presentation this is all contingent upon us determining what the interim budget is and truly having an indication of where cash flow is from the revised budget. You know that we'll end the year around $26 million. And so we have to determine how much we're going to spend between July 1 and December 31st to really give us a good idea of what options the board will really need to consider. In the meantime, we're doing everything that we can. Hopefully you've seen from our efforts internally to reduce expenditures from that standpoint. And I think that's where we're kind of going into next.
As a part of that discussion, we are going to continue to make sure our projections for the ad valorem and our projections for the sales tax are accurate and up to date by having our conversations with those key parties, including the assessor and our sales tax council, in terms of making sure that all of those things are accurate and not dependent on, in so many words, unviable information, so that those revenue projections are truly capturing what we know to happen instead of what we hope to happen. Okay, moving into the second half of the discussion, obviously, is the expenditures discussion. I know you heard a lot this morning about the plans and staffing and things like that, but when it comes to expenditures, at the school board, we tend to break those down into two major buckets. Obviously, the largest bucket being our salaries and benefits expense, which is kind of tied into the human resources staffing matrix and the review that Ms. Brown put out a little bit earlier. So one of the things that we want to make sure that we're considering is kind of talking about those changes and including the cost of those changes or lack of cost, as she discussed with you. But I will give her a chance to just kind of do a quick high-level summary of where we're at with some of those again.
Thank you, Mr. Neighbors. And, outside of the information that I've already presented to you all and where we are with a net, cash savings as far as projecting for next year. We are also looking at stipends. We are also looking at AWAs. We are taking a very thorough look at all of the things. We're moving very slowly with this intentionally because we want to make sure that we are maintaining our quality services that we're providing by also reducing where we can without impacting that. You've heard the superintendent say, a freeze, looking at each position before when I finish on April 8th to determine, okay, this is where I'm placing all of our reallocated positions and our people, what is remaining that needs to be filled, and let's go through the test to see, is there any additional positions that we can pause on at this time? And so focusing on critical replacements where necessary. And then, of course, the consideration of our step freezes, all could be potential options, as the superintendent said, when we have more information on our interim budget. But we are looking at every single area to make sure we are very thorough and every budget line item that we can that impacts personnel, which is a big bucket of, of our expenditures for the fiscal year.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Ms. Brown. Additionally, in connection with those hiring discussions and the freeze discussions, we are also considering a step freeze as well in terms of trying to figure out whether or not that could eventually generate, in so many words, savings to the district of where those numbers could fall and or how those changes progress. So those are all of these are part of the big picture of how we're addressing salaries and benefits. The other thing, obviously, the one thing that's coming in the next few months, it would be the effect of Amendment 2 as those things happen in terms of Amendment 3 in terms of the pay raise as pushed by the state of Louisiana, or in terms of reallocating some of the funding that the district would have to provide could be reused or reallocated to pay for a salary increase. That we still have to wait to see the actual effects of whether or not that does pass, and we didn't want to build too much into that until we get a firmer picture of where that's headed. And last but not least, all of these changes and discussions would obviously have to be married into the salary book that's going to be proposed and put in front of all of you for the next year. Okay.
If I could just mention something about Amendment 3, just because, we were at the Capitol yesterday and we were at LSBA with other superintendents, but from the LASA organization, they've been in close communication with the governor's office relative to what they're supporting. If Amendment 3 passes, well, first of all, they're working on some documentation for school systems to determine exactly what the cost savings is for each district should it be passed. So that'll be coming, as well as what they've been communicating is if Amendment 3 passes, then they do plan to approve what Bessie sent to the governor as far as MFP goes, which is increasing by like 1.375, which isn't much, but so that could be an additional revenue generation for us, even though our student population is declining. At least we're able to supplement some of those funds from that standpoint.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Orling. And additionally, the other, dare I say, expenditure section can be kind of general and operational expenditures, those that are, in so many words, controlled or maintained or monitored by our departments as well as our schools. So as we discussed this morning about the processes, I just want to give you a little bit of a heads up and kind of defer to some of my compatriots up here in terms of some of their results and their initial discussions and review as they've been going through their interim budget plans and kind of using our process that we've been discussing to kind of figure out and kind of calculate where those changes are projected to come from and what sort of efforts they are making to really start targeting those larger items or those strategic items when it comes to operations. So I'm going to turn the floor over I'm going to start with Mr. Rome to talk about his areas of review.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. And yeah, exactly along those lines. I'm going to share the measures that's kind of being taken from the ops side, from physical plant to maintenance to technology to safety to transportation to child nutrition on behalf of all of those departments. But just taking that critical look at our finances, and kind of I'm going to walk you through a bunch of them, but just kind of at the end, the key takeaway is pretty much all these things are still planned or in the planning phase. In some instances, they're deferred. Some instances, they're reduced. Some instances, they're absorbed. And in some instances, we're coming up with alternative or creative solutions to address the same things. So what I want you to understand, I'm going to be proposing a lot of areas that we'll be looking to trim, but we're not abandoning the needs that go with those items. So I'll kind of emphasize that as I go through it. I've got a bunch. I'm going to highlight some high points for you here. In regards of ITS, they're deferring their major projects, including their obsolescence. So one of them, for example, is audio enhancements. It is an enhancement. We do have it at some sites. But the overall larger project, we're just going to defer for now. We still have plans for it, but that's a savings of about $950,000. So almost $1 million there by just kind of pushing that back. It's something that will assist us, and we've identified as a good thing, but we don't absolutely have to have it fully implemented this time. So a lot of these are going to fall along those lines. Deferring of the Lean Frog expansion of the ITS department. We made some short-term measures that's really going to help them out on the secretarial administrative side, but there's some other things that we can, look at other ways to absorb and cover. Until then, you're looking at about $800,000 in savings there. So there's some other things, but just in technology in that regards, compared to fiscal year 26 interim and fiscal year 27 interim, we're looking at about $2 million in expenses that we had planned to incur, but that we will not be in that proposed interim budget. That's on the tech side. On the PPS maintenance side, obviously, there's a big area. A lot of funding goes through these departments. As you know, we come to many of you with them with the bid projects and such. So there is a lot of areas for some pretty significant savings. For example, our normal operating accounts, these are accounts that just kind of get us through the year, with maintaining our facilities, emergencies, upgrades, things of that nature. There's an opportunity to tighten the belt strap, if you will, on those, be really strategic in the repairs we make, stay on top of those budgets throughout the year, to monitor them, to make sure we're kind of at a reasonable pace, and then make decisions about things. Should we do this? Should we buy this piece of equipment? Can we kind of, continue to work on that air conditioning unit a little bit instead of replacing it, and then maybe plan for it a year or two down the road? So those type of decisions kind of continue to be made and will be looked at even more critically than in the past. But for example, just a couple of them: PPS upkeep of buildings, general operating account, upkeep of grounds, PPS safe schools. If you add what we projected we proposed in interim 26, composed to interim 27. Am I saying that correctly? Okay. That year thing gets me sometimes. But 27. You're looking at, that's $950,000 right there, just those three accounts. So, we did that deep wash of pretty much every account. Those are some of the big ones. Another example, PPS, long-range major maintenance capital improvements, along with maintenance, long-range major maintenance capital improvements. Those are our 5-year capital outlay projects. It's a complicated matrix how we come up with them. We talked about it before, from, work order data to life cycle expectancy to warranties to all those things that tell you how long a product should last and when we should look to replace them, like roofs, HVAC systems, things of that nature. So we've done a really good job of trying not to defer maintenance. If it's cycled up, we try to attack them. That way we're not doing a big chunk at once. We do it systematically, and then that prevents the emergency work, and then hence more expensive repairs and things of that nature. So it is prudent to plan that way, and we still are, but the items that we had upcoming, the work order data and the things that we have, all of our tools show that while we know we need to replace them in the short term so we don't have long-term problems, it does not have to be this year, and maybe not even next year. So we'll continue to make that evaluation analysis. But between PPS and maintenance, what was requested last fiscal year compared to this year in those two areas, you're looking at $1.35 million and 1.75, so over $3 million in that regard. So you can see there's some big chunks there that, from last year analyzing cash flow to this year, we're taking those chunks out of the cash flow. How that breaks out month to month, we've got to factor that in. But these are some big chunks that are, being removed that were part of fiscal year 26 that won't be part of 27. A myriad of other things there, but just kind of being short on the PPS maintenance side, we're looking at proposing a budget that'll be some, in the PPS area, $11 million less than last year. In the maintenance side, $3 million, so $14+ million reduced from fiscal year '26 interim, what we had planned for that year. So we hope to experience some positive growth there. So a couple other things, 2020 bond issue, we're closing that out with the Illumin Canopy this summer. I know that's separate funds, but it's still all the district's money, right? So we are closing out that last project so that the burden or the expenses of that 2022 bond issue are going to expire or end at the end of the summer. So that's good news. Long-range plan for physical education and athletic facilities, we're in a bit of a freeze hold on that. As you're aware, we are obviously moving forward with the elementary and middle school gym projects because we had already started, right? The train had left the station. We were under contract. If you've been to the sites, they're actually there, starting work, fencing's up, they've driven pylons, mobilized. We have meetings weekly on that. So those projects are, the good news is they're progressing nicely, but the expenditures that go along with them will hit over the next year and a half, and we're planning for that. A couple other minor things there before I hit transportation and child nutrition real quickly is on the safety side. We are looking at that closely as well on the the Landry Alternative Centers program. The Genetech conversion for the door and locking hardware, we were able to defer that project before we got too far into it. That is a great thing to have, but we do have doors, we do have locks, we do have a system in place that is sufficient and safe. We were just looking to enhance it. We were able to defer that at a cost of $170,000. So that's just an example of that. On the transportation, child nutrition side, looking at some of those major operating accounts as we did in PPS and maintenance, new buses. We feel that we're in a position with the bus replacement plan that gets brought to you every year, we can defer that next installment of buses at a tune of right under $1 million, $978,000. So a pretty significant savings we can experience this year and just not abandon that, but just move it down the line another year or so. Also, our new vehicle count, this is where we replace our white fleet. We're pretty much putting a hard freeze on that. We may have criteria where a vehicle might meet the mileage requirement or the year requirement where we would typically replace it to keep the fleet up to date. We can push that back a year or two and definitely hold the line on that. That's a $250,000 savings. So, and I'm just about finished up on the CMP side. Obviously, that's different budgeting and how that works with the federal ramifications there, but they are taking a hard look as well. Large and small equipment purchases, kind of the same thing, the same theme down the line. The allocation last year was $250,000. We feel we can, with minor tweaks, minor repairs, maybe moving equipment from site to site, taking those critical looks, we can defer that cost a year. So that's $250,000. And then some experience increase proceeds or projected additional sales based on trend data in the area of $150,000. So while not as big a chunk, still chunks that add to the overall piece of the pie. So that just gives you just a general overview how we're taking a deep dive into all these budgets and trying to see what we can defer, what can we reduce, what can we eliminate, and then even better is there a better way to do it that's more efficient and at a reduced cost but still getting the same outcome. So any questions y'all may have on that? Thank you.
When the stuff that we've pushed back, especially more on the obsolescence side, will you come to us and give us a heads up, like, hey, we're going to extend this one through another year, we're going to,
yeah,
just so that we kind of understand? I mean, we're kind of looking at a 5-year window here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, that continuum or that 5-year capital outlay plan that I usually present to the board in March, the board meeting, we said we didn't because we're planning for it, but we're not putting it in the budget. But what I can do, if appropriate to the board and the superintendent, is the summer or one of our next retreats or another meeting, I can bring that continuum, that 5-year capital outlay, and just basically show how we just shifted the line. Like what was 26, 27 is now 27, 28, but I can certainly provide that information. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Rome. I know, Teresa, Ms. Brown, you've been kind of talking a little bit about human resources and the staffing models, and you kind of gave a pretty good high-level summary of trying to keep everything neutral, or at least cost neutral. Anything else you wanted to add, or do you think your original comments were good?
The only other thing I want to add, as we're looking at, I told you we're looking at every line item, every contract, and just seeing where we can tighten up. And so we are having a coordinated effort between the business office, myself and the schools on subs, right? We're taking a look. We've sent a survey to principals just so we can, anytime we're going to look at possibly modifying something, we want their feedback so they understand, what are we looking at? How can we impact this budget here? Where can we reduce and tighten up without impacting the services that we need to provide? But just so you know, that is one area that we are looking at and with a very close eye, just as everything needs a close eye right now. And so I look forward to doing that work. It's really going to be a collaboration between schools regularly and the business office and HR to monitor that. And so that's another, outside of stipends and AWAs and all the other ways that we may pay people, any contracts through ESS and AMPM, we are honing in on those as well.
What about the annual summer board retreat? Did y'all look at that?
That's on that's later.
That's actually on the agenda a little bit later to discuss.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. All right. At this time, I also wanted to see if Ms. Babin, Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, did you want to kind of expand or elaborate some of the plans going on at the CIA level?
Do so. Some of our contributions from CIA have been, as mentioned previously, with some of the positions, so not necessarily reflected directly in our budget, but in the overall contributions with the district when we think of the 2 literacy positions, interventionist, the literacy coach, and the secretary from C&I being reallocated to support the district in other areas. One of the areas that our team was charged with and have made some great strides in recently, if you recall, on March 11th, we had a student holiday, and that afternoon portion was dedicated to professional development. Our team looked at what are some professional developments that were scheduled on instructional days and what could we move to that day. So that way, one, we were preserving instructional time, then we were also reducing subs, as Ms. Brown just mentioned. So we were able to make an impact in that area. What we also have scheduled is on those half days, the last week of school, May 18th and 19th, we have strategically looked at the calendar for any PL that was going to happen near those dates or early in the summer, and we repurpose that to happen on those days. That way, not only is it making sure we have a captive audience, it's a work day for all of our employees, so we're not then battling with summer vacations, but that we're also reducing the need for stipends because it's already a work day. So those are some areas that we've been able to make some intentional decisions with. Additionally, we're looking at funding some stipend contributions that we've already earmarked, looking at other funding sources through the state. And so we have identified some areas that we're going to be able to fulfill our contributions and commitments, but not having to dip into what we have budgeted for. And also looking at any places, as Mr. Rome said, that we can just maybe hit the pause button. So when we look at our textbook adoption cycles, if it's something that we can continue to maintain the services and it's not something that we need to go.
Mindsets. I mean, so how much are we pausing there? Because we do see the significance of it. So what are we looking at there for that? Our PLTs, I know we do a lot of out-of-state travel for that continuing professional development, which I know how important that is. So what is that going to look? Is somebody now going to be coming in? And then the next thing, any other things, I know you talked about the financial literacy, so I got that written down. Anything else that we're seeing from the state that we know that we're going to have to adhere to?
Okay.
So the first one was the social-emotional learning.
So social emotional learning, I might defer to Dr. Ortling on this
So
one.
we consider
it's
that,
actually
and
through us.
and its board has invested, right? The academic component is as important as the social emotional learning component. So we are moving forward with 7 mindsets for our entire district. There are some ways that we are cutting back on what originally we had projected to send 30-something teachers to Florida for the training. We're not. We're going to send 7 or 8 and use our internal people to help train them. We're also bringing the author Schickler in at the beginning of the year to talk to our leaders. So where we can, it's going to kind of tie to the PLT and NIET, which is we did spend a lot of money, which was an investment in our teachers and going to different conferences relative to NIET. NIET is actually in New Orleans this year. That's why Dr. Schexner is, well, Ms. Bethune, a few of them are there currently right now. Wherever we can bring NIET in, that is what we'll do. One good thing is this board made a significant investment in approving that for us this year. And if you recall, all of our principal and AP meetings have been coordinated with NIET every month. So they have been provided 4 hours of basically training from NIET by bringing them in this year. That investment is already paying off, and I want to commend Ms. Babin and the work that she's doing with her team and Dr. Scheck-Snyder, because you're already seeing a difference in that particular focus. It's a small shift, not just PLTs, but what our ILTs, instructional leadership teams at our schools, to really refining what our teachers are doing well in certain categories so that we can provide better support, which provides better instruction for our kids, which should increase student achievement. So one, to answer your question, yes, we are committed to 7 mindsets. It'll be district-wide next year. So we are including that as part of our budget because we feel that's the instruction piece. Secondly, where we can, we are bringing people in instead of sending people out where possible. However, as I just shared with my team yesterday, there are some cases where you're going to have to vet that through me eventually, right? If you feel as though, like John Rome is the president of whatever organization, National School Plan Management. So there is a benefit for us, as this board has supported, obviously, for us to be involved both from a state level as well as nationally. So when we measure those things where we can, we do. But those are the questions that we're asking ourselves, and I've asked my staff to bring those to me. For example, Eastern States Consortium, they are coming here next year. We are the school system that they're visiting. So we have an April meeting while my flights were originally canceled. We have a credit, but I chose, because I feel it's important for me to pay for the hotel piece for that. So some of those things I think are important because we're hosting Eastern States next year. So I feel it's important at this April meeting. That's when they plan those things for me to attend. So in that case, I plan to attend. Before I was bringing Angel and David or maybe Johnny. They're not going, I'm going, but I'm also partly contributing to paying for that myself. So I hope that answers those questions.
It does, and I think it's important because going around seeing that social emotional learning, the seven mindset piece, I'm seeing the work, and the work is very impactful. I really, and I don't know if this in the piece, I hope we can send a survey for our students and for our parents and publicize that, because I think our families need to see how much that work is being valued, because I visit elementary, middle, and high, and I know we're working on high, getting that better, Ms. Boudreau and I, but we are seeing that work. And I think the more we publicize that kind of stuff that's coming back and helping us to raise healthy kids, the better they're going to be about understanding and want to continue to support this. Dr. Ortling, what
Yes,
about, and Ms. Babin, what about direct instruction going on at Luling? And what about our curriculum technical areas as well? Hopefully we're not going to be doing any cutting and those things. Okay.
No, ma'am, and I'm going to let Ms. Babin talk about DI. That's definitely not my wheelhouse.
Okay.
But as far as the 7 mindsets, I totally agree. In fact, we had a guiding coalition, our coalition meeting yesterday. That's the meeting that we facilitate with the judges, the district attorney's office. It's led by the Student Services Department, and we focus on attendance, truancy, all those things. And I can tell you the initiative we shared yesterday. I know Mr. Rogers in the background over there. But we look at data and we share from the different organizational perspectives where the data is trending based on what we're implementing. And I was very pleasantly pleased to see the data in terms of student violence significantly been reduced. And from that standpoint, now while the vaping is still, especially at high school, it went down in elementary and middle, but the fights has dropped significantly. Now, can you directly correlate that? I think you correlate it to a lot of things, but certainly I think our 7 mindsets and the reflective nature of that instruction, I think is important. Whether or not that's directly contributing as well as everything else that we're doing, I think is paying off. So I did ask Ms. Christian to provide some of that information so that I can share it with the board as well at a future meeting. And I'll let Ms. Babin talk about DI.
Okay. So we hit the brakes on DI for this year. And the reason that we did that with the moving into, we were looking at the needs assessments and really just not seeing the impact of that program as it should have been. So as you know, excuse me, We have flooded Luling with other resources at this time, and I'm very pleased to say that we are seeing tremendous growth in kindergarten, first and second, in a very short period of time with our progress monitoring of our students in our regular core instruction, as well as in our traditional DI program. Excuse me. Going back
And
to.
that information will be shared with the board this week, because I want to reemphasize that. We saw quite a few things, if you recall, back in November and September, as a result of data that we were seeing. We did a needs assessment. We had Ms. Mathern go in there with her team with external leaders into Luling Elementary School, because we continued to have concerns. Since January, while it has been, I wouldn't say an inconvenience, but it's been challenging for the CIA department. It's been challenging for the administrators that have been left on that campus. The investment that we have made in a very short period of time goes to show you, when you have strong leadership, processes, and programs in place, student achievement can rise significantly. And just in a short period of time, K2, because actually Ms. Mathern just texted me, I'm sure she was texting you that as well. I told her to put it in, but you're talking about 20 to 30% gains just from last semester in terms of literacy. Obviously, with our focus in literacy, coming in December, we only had about 35% of kids that were on track to be, what's the word? At benchmark.
Proficient at benchmark.
Right, so now those numbers are over 60, 75%. So that's significant, but it also just reinforces our belief and our approach, and this board supportive approach, that success rises and falls with leadership, processes, programs in place that are strategic in nature, and that's what we plan to move forward with. So I do believe, from the DI perspective, Ms. Weber, was it a byproduct of not having a good implementation, because we did see varying results, but we thought by streamlining what we're doing there with a very focused approach, that is more impactful for student achievement, and we're seeing the results take place.
To go back to one of your previous questions, Ms. Weber, about PLTs, that aligns to the conversations and some of the slides that Ms. Brown had introduced regarding the Title II funds for professional development. So that is part of that $550,000 that we are looking at for allocation across the title funds, bringing in people instead of sending. We do feel like we are at a point where we have reached a critical mass at each school to be able to carry on with the PLT processes from attending those previous conferences. But now we want to invest in bringing people here, and we're going to be able to reach more of our teachers through that strategic allocation of funds. Your last question was in regards to other demands from the state and if we're meeting all those. At this time, we're in full alignment. Financial literacy was the biggest lift. Not only did we adopt the curriculum, but we were also able, through our committee, to add in our future-ready competencies. And so we really feel like we have a program that is going to serve our students well, beginning in their junior year, that they would take this course and helping them with things like resumes and scholarship applications, interviews, really making sure that they are ready for whatever their future looks like. So thank you.
And just for the public record, DI's direct instruction. It's a program that directly supports the literacy development in a different way, direct instruction. One other thing I did want to note, because you did ask what's on the horizon from a curriculum instruction standpoint, one thing we're all looking at are high schools, because if you recall, they're moving away from the 6 end-of-course tests, and they're reducing it to combined math and English. That'll be taught, and students will be expected to take that integrated exam at the end of their sophomore year. If you recall from previous years when we used to have G, Ms. Weber, right, some of those courses were combined. So that team, the CIA, Dr. Scheck-Snyder, really looking at whether or not it's more impactful if those courses like Algebra 1 and Geometry are taught separately, or we take the integrated approach. The State Department has passed some integrated standards, so you can kind of see they're on a fast track moving in that direction. So we're still, and I think a lot of school systems are considering different options for that. And Ms. Babbitt, I don't know, now probably would be a good time to start kind of laying some groundwork for the board so they understand where we're going.
Sure. This is precipitated by legislation of the comprehensive exams being implemented with the 27-28 school year. And so it is going to be required for all students in their second semester of their second year to take these exams in English and in math, regardless of when they complete a math course. They don't have to be enrolled in one. Some of our students might be finished in freshman year with certain maths. So we're looking at all of those course progressions for our students. We're engaging in discussions, as Dr. Ortling shared, with our high school leaders about what is that correct sequence that we need to look at, as well as the integrated math option that has truly gained some momentum in the past couple months as far as having standards now readily available and having resources available that weren't previously there. So we kind of feel like there's some maybe writing on the wall as far as where the State Department is headed. And so we are in collaboration with state leaders, but even engaging with our school level leaders and our middle school principals as well, because by the 27-28 school year, we will no longer the state is no longer providing an Algebra 1 exam to our students in 8th grade that are taking, or any Algebra 1 course. So meaning we just need to look at what is the best course of action for us. We've got a little bit of time, but we want to make sure that we are engaging all of our leaders in these discussions along the way.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Ms. Babin. Thank you, Ms. Weber, for your questions. And again, just kind of following up on a little bit more of the department, as my cohorts touched on, all of the departments within the district are being touched in terms of review. It's not just these ones that we presented today. It's that systematic approach that we're really going through in a detailed level and having them revisit their plans, challenging those perspectives, and make sure that we can identify and try to implement those cost savings where possible, just as we did for the revised budget process. We're using that same format and attacking those for the interim budget as well. And the other half, the expenditure picture, obviously is talking a little bit, as we did this morning, about the school budgets. Just to give you a little bit more reference, as we referred to the per pupil allotments, as well as the business office managed. I was doing some checking just to make sure to address Mr. Alexander's question. Historically speaking, some of the budgets that have been allocated and communicated to the schools for the core 15 locations, in the interim budget last year, it was hovering between $3.5 to $4 million for those core ideas, or those core topics that we discussed. At the revised budget process, we were able to shrink some of those numbers down to approximately 2.5 to 2.8 million. So there were some cost savings there in terms of the overall variety of options like materials and supplies, those other administrative expenses, things of that nature, including those items we discussed earlier. With this change in visibility and bringing some of those items that I proposed into next year's conversation, in terms of frame of reference, I did want to mention that $2.5 to $3 million that we've been talking about in the revised budget. We're going to expand the visibility for the principals on those other topics that we talked about: the mileage, the travel, the sub cost, and the AM/PM cost. We're going to bring that visibility to the principals, and those costs collectively run anywhere from $3.5 to $4 million. Obviously, the contracted services, the subs, and the temporary contract workers being approximately $3 million of those items. So it's a collective, a whole process in trying to make sure that, hey, historically you were aware of this, but now we want to make sure you're getting the full picture and being responsible and monitoring those types of things in terms of, okay, well, why is this number accelerating? Why is this number behind? Is it a matter of usage? And that's where we're going to be more interactive to give them that information. But I did want to provide at least a little bit of an update for your question, Mr. Alexander. But again, these collective numbers will be presented as part of the interim budget.
Any questions regarding anything? Obviously, next steps, we'll continue to keep the board informed, and I keep on saying it, but we have to have the interim budget, so we're working very hard towards that. So we're hopeful in April, no later than early May, to bring it officially. But as we get closer, especially in April, we'll have a better idea, especially when it comes to cash flow analysis. So I'm really pushing us, but we want to make sure it's right, and we also have to have it validated with Eisner-Amper, that's currently doing the work as well.
Mr. Rome said, defer, reduce, eliminate, or how we can even do better in that area as far as being fiscally responsible. So thank you that helps me to look at things that way as well.
And I just want to commend this entire team, or all of our executive team, because they're really leading the work by department. Obviously, Mr. Neighbors has kind of stepped into a role, and he's doing a great job building the relationships necessary to lead that department, because I know that was obviously part of that process, but bringing his level of knowledge, working with this team. So kudos to this team for really putting boots on the ground and embracing this commitment of fiscal responsibility.
Thank you.
We'll keep Ms. Brown at the table. Ms. Brown.
I know, it's okay. Well, I drank all of it. All right. So, thank you, Dr. Ortling. At our last board meeting, the board approved the Oshner Digital Medicine to go month to month, and I really wanted to circle back to provide, thank you. Some additional information and just get some direction from you all so we can move this forward and make those decisions that we need to make in order to.
Gentlemen, can we please give full respect to the people that are speaking? Thank you.
So y'all approved the month-to-month, which is at a cost of $11,000 a month. That is for approximately, currently right now, 221 people, because I did check those numbers again. But based on the feedback, we can proceed, if that is the board's pleasure, to transition our team members to the UMR Condition Care, which is a program that is currently available and included in our administrative fee from UMR. What that will entail is I would reach out to Oshner Digital Medicine because due to HIPAA, I cannot see who those people are, right, for our retirees and our employees, but I will work with Oshner Digital Medicine to communicate to them. We can work through public information to at least let all employees know that if that's the board's pleasure, we would transition. I would recommend the end of May, so transitioning to condition care June 1. That gives them enough time to get all of their things in order and proceed forward. Then we would work with UMR to then identify the employees that would be eligible for this program and let them do communication. So we would do communication to everybody, just saying, this is the direction that we're going in, this is the program that we're providing you. Work with Oshner Digital Medicine to set an end date if that's the direction we go in. So that will be to shift our employees to some additional services. The second thing that I would want to make sure that we do is communicate to UMR our expectations for condition care. You know, they have a low engagement. We've already identified that. So what can we do to boost that engagement and to get our employees engaged in this program? Because we know it is an effective model. And so we know that the current program is effective and we want UMR condition care to be just as effective. We want that for our employees. So the recommended timeline would be implementation to UMR condition care effective June 1. Timeline allows for clear communication to our employees, coordination with USI and UMR, and an adequate time for employees to transition between programs. So I'll answer any questions or comments.
So just to clarify, and Ms. Babineau, can you please make sure this is in the minutes? This was the motion. Move that we approve month-to-month agreement with Oshner and request the superintendent to have our insurance brokers, USI, to provide a comparison of Oshner and UMR's care program and all options available to us at a future board retreat. That's what was approved.
Okay, we decided to bring this to the board, as I referenced in the email response to you, Mr. Gregson, because we did not have enough time to discuss it at the last board meeting, an opportunity just to go into further detail, because that was a different motion that was originally we thought we were going to bring. So we just simply wanted to bring this agenda item with the actual cost, because at the time we did not say what the actual monthly cost would be.
Right.
And then bring this information back for specific board direction, because it was done in a very short period of time, right before the board meeting, and then obviously the motion was made. So that's all we're doing, is just providing the opportunity, first of all, so that the board has a clear understanding of the costs associated, since this is a cost, and generally speaking, if there's any more direction that you want to give administration is all.
Right.
To clarify on the broker, we did request for the brokers to be here. Mr. Babin texted at 10:12 to say that he was under the weather and could not.
To clarify, I even mentioned the superintendent. I said a future board meeting. I didn't say a date, because I didn't expect anybody to get done in a week, is what I stated. I did not expect that at all. That's why I said specifically future, right? So I didn't expect anybody to get it done in a week. That was not the expectation. So I certainly don't expect USI to come, or even you guys, to prepare for that. But what was just
This was just
mentioned-
out of a courtesy for the board. I just felt as though.
Okay.
Because all of those
I just
things
wanna make sure we
occurred
clarify.
very quickly at the board meeting on Wednesday night, that it was appropriate for us to bring the cost associated with the month-to-month, because that was something we did not discuss specifically, and also if there was any clearer direction that the board would want to give administration. That's all, the only reason we put this on this board, because there was a lot of discussion that day. So I just want to provide an opportunity for everybody and/or more specific direction to us. So Ms. Brown was simply doing that. It wasn't intentional any other way, not to follow the board's recommendation.
And Mr. Gregson, to clarify your question and comment, Ms. Brown did provide the comparison between the two programs, and that has been previously completed and presented to the board, and the information from that hasn't changed.
I'm just stating the motion that was made that the board approved. That's all I'm stating.
Okay, so, but from the overall board's approval, because this was passed, let's keep the goal in mind. The goal was we are unsatisfied with the current state of Ochsner, okay? So I think to Mr. Gregson's point, what we're wanting to see is there could be an opportunity if Ochsner comes back and has the guardrails in place with regards to physician feedback and things like that. That's kind of what we're looking for. And then it was our understanding, at least my understanding, I do not want to speak for anyone else, the comparable program that UMR has was something that we were not utilizing to its fullest. Is that fair?
Not necessarily that we're not utilizing it, the employees are declining to participate in it.
Okay. And so,
Program does not have the same capabilities that the Ochsner program has. So to your point about physician feedback and different things like that, UMR's program does not have those capabilities because they don't integrate with Epic. So I just want to make sure that when the board's looking at the
yeah, but even with the, and
comparisons-
I apologize for interrupting, I'm only interrupting for the sake of time, not for anything else. Ochsner doctors have the same input into Epic, and they're not utilizing any input with regards to this program. So Epic has nothing to do with this, in my opinion. So I think what we're wanting, what I understood is, I'd like to get, you're saying that there is a comparison based on current structure between UMR and Ochsner Digital. I think what we're saying is we would like to go back to USI and have them say, can you build something within our current structure based on kind of what we want out of, what we're getting out of Ochsner Digital? Is that something that we can build into our current structure with UMR? Is that fair? Did I say that correctly? I think that's kind of what we're looking for. So what is currently on the books, for lack of a better term, with UMR, can that be enhanced, essentially?
Just to provide commentary to that, because I have been involved, we are under a 3-year contract with UMR, and what's contracted is the services that we are already receiving. Should we want to deviate from that contract and we're requesting additional services outside of that contract, that will incur additional costs. And I'd be happy to have UMR to prepare that. However, I have been in discussions with them about that, and we are in a contract, and that program was negotiated as part of our overall medical fee. If we are looking to ask for additional services, that will be outside of our current contract, and that would be an amendment that they can consider to see if it's available, but that will come at an additional cost.
We're not asking for additional, we're asking for the program that they already offer to be what we are using. And then you talk about low participation. Well, if I'm already in a program and somebody emails me about a program that I have access to, why am I going to even look at that? Because I'm already in a program. So if they're already attached to this Ochsner Digital Medicine, that information being given to them about UMR Cares program, however you have to do it with HIPAA, if it's just a broad statement, if you are an employee and you are participating in this, this is what we have access to. My problem has nothing to do with it being better or worse. My problem is we're paying for a service we aren't utilizing because we're giving them another one that we're paying for. That's my problem with it.
I believe there's a misunderstanding, I guess, on my part of when the board is saying additional enhancements to the program or understanding, I'm misunderstanding the information that you're requesting about the program.
And let me
have them
clarify, and I
share
apologize,
out.
Ms. Weber, just since it was a direct question. You are a very talented negotiator, and I'm not questioning that at all. We pay a lot of money to UMR. We're already paying on this service. I got to believe that we can go back to them and say, what would it look like if we had X, Y, and Z? Or to even Ms. Boudreaux's point, if we utilize this more effectively, considering it's already within the scope. Like, I just think that she's bringing up a valid point. I don't think we're utilizing it properly within the actual scope underneath our contract. And then I've also got to believe that if we just went back and said, we might want to look at A, B, and C on this, that maybe they say yes, maybe they say no, but the answer is always no if we don't even ask them. So I think that is where we're going with on that. This stems from the fact we are unsatisfied with the current state of what the Ochsner Digital Medicine is providing. If they can change a little bit and kind of bring in some of the things we're talking about. So this conversation is not that we're axing Ochsner Digital at all. We're trying to get improvements done upon it and get answers made. So that is, hopefully that clarified where I was coming from.
But only your side, because that only clarifies what your problem with it was.
Correct.
For me, it has nothing to do with what Ochsner is or is not doing. It's the fact that we are paying for someone who does something. Whether they're doing it well or not doing it well, or if Ochsner's doing it well or not doing it well, we are paying for two services that do the same thing, whether it's well or not well, is my problem.
Ms. Weber?
Yes, for someone who is doing both, I can speak of truth a little bit about it. The digital medicine is fine. I mean, I take my medicine, it's good. You know, very rarely do I hear from them. I do agree with Mr. Suprin that it is off somewhat, but I did enroll in care, and I talked to Ms. Boudreaux about that. The problem with that, it is a long process and time-consuming. So I do feel if we communicate to UMR about this, reach out to those who have it, and how we can improve it to make it more accessible to people who might want to use it, because you do have to spend some time on the phone, you have to talk to them, you have to meet with them so often. It is a lot, and I don't know if our employees who are working full-time, families, I just don't know if that is something they're willing to do at that moment. I do think it's something that is worth visiting, because if you look at all the things that it does a lot. It doesn't do just diabetes and blood pressure. It does chronic illnesses, serious illnesses, and they also direct you to other places to get the support that you need. So to me, reach out to the ones who have it and see what they say about it. And I think we need to reach out to our employees and say, did you even know we even have this? Because you get this little pamphlet like this in the mail, and people are not going to know it's related to UMR. They're going to look at it as what is it, trash mail, and just throw it away. So I think.
So on the HIPAA side, and that's one of the struggles with the CARE program and why the engagement is so low, we are not allowed to engage with the employees. And UMR only has two forms of communication right now, which is to email or mail. So they can email them and send them an email to say, we would like to speak with you, but they can't say why they want to speak with you. They can send that card, or they can leave a voice message to say that we want to speak with them. That's the only capabilities that they have. We have asked them if they had text message capabilities similar to the Ochsner program. They do not, so that's kind of the struggles right now about the program. But my department cannot engage with them on CARE programs because it violates HIPAA.
And I don't remember when I read the emails y'all sent out about Health Matters. Have we mentioned in there about the CARE program at the very top? So when you open that email, or can we just send out one email to our employees, just letting them know about the CARE? Because it really, to me, could be a game changer. It really could, and if we're paying for it already. I just think we need to get our employees more aware of it, and I just don't know if they're aware of it.
So from an administrative standpoint, what I'm hearing the board ask us to do is continue, first of all, from your point, Ms. Weber, as far as helping our employees become more aware of the CARE program that's currently being offered, while at the same time starting a discussion with USI, and really I'm more inclined to actually have UMR come here, right? Because we can ask specifically to them, because to your point, I do think we are spending and investing a lot of money in this company. Therefore, provide the opportunity that they can answer the questions that board members have, and we have from that standpoint with USI, understanding where the contract currently is. But I'm also inclined, should there be amendment, based on the amount of money that we're spending, there may be some options there. So, and then I think once we get a clear understanding, we will start advertising that. We can bring it back to the board at a later date, another board retreat, bring in that way we have a lengthier time to discuss. It's not going to necessarily be at a committee meeting, but this is the kind of conversation that I was looking for, so that could provide us more direction moving forward.
I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding. I think that I'm trying to figure out what are we trying to do? What are we attempting to do here as a board with respect to both of these programs? It was my understanding that when we went with the digital medicine program and the other program, that it was in response to the board's need to reduce the cost of health insurance by having members of our employees attending to vital symptoms that could lead to hospitalizations and so forth. Now we are trying to judge the relative effectiveness of the program against all other kinds of standards, as opposed to the standard or the question that we were trying to respond to when we went into the program. I guess if we don't feel that participation in the program results in a decrease in health insurance premium, then it is not effective, and we need to get rid of both of them. Because that's why we are there. Now, all this other, stuff that we're trying to tack on doesn't mean a hill of beans, because the whole thing here is aimed at attempting to try to respond to the question that we put on the table. Now, we had other programs that we were involved in. Art and I used to run the Get Our Points and so forth from all these other programs. And we got rid of them because they just weren't paying off for us. If we don't feel that, but I'm not ready to just keep chasing programs and chasing these programs to see who can do this. Because the bottom line is, we want to reduce costs of health insurance. If this is not a good option for us, let's get rid of it. So I guess at this point, my recommendation would be, if the board's uneasy and unhappy with either one of these programs, let's just make a motion to get rid of them. We can do that. But this is what we do. And we can ask the staff to let's look at some other options for attempting to reduce costs of insurance.
So to Ms. Smith, those are all valid points. You're right. The original intent, if you remember when we had Humana, was we didn't have we felt as though Go 360, that the board didn't feel as though those were making the marks. With obviously the goal and primary intent to reduce health insurance claims, we figured, one, sending our employees to the PCP, primary care physicians, was one shift that we made instead of Go 360, as well as this Ochsner digital medicine plan, because just as you mentioned, when you're monitoring your signs, and you're more apt to seek the care when necessary. I think what has transpired over the last few months is the fact that we're currently in contract for 3 years with UMR. If they have a program that meets the similar outcomes like you referenced, then why are we paying for two when the other one is shown that it's not as much participation, but we're still paying for that service. So I think you're right. That is the intent, to lower overall healthcare costs. Can we get UMR to enhance whatever it may be by bringing them to the table to get the same participation so that we feel, because that participation was linked to a study that was referenced during Ochsner's presentation relative to those that are on it and the overall health cost savings. So I think bringing this information back, then I think the board can obviously determine, is it worth the investment from that standpoint?
Right, but I think that if the board, and it sounds to me like the board's already at a place where they believe that the UMR program is a better program. But, and if the Oshner program is not the program that you want of record, then let's get rid of it. We don't need to send and spend a whole lot of time asking UMR to do something, seeing this about Oshner. If we made that determination, then let's get rid of them. We don't need to do that. If we're in and we've paid as a part of our premium into the other program, and we can't get out of it, we're stuck in it, then we can talk about ways to improve it. But we don't need to spend whole board meetings and whatever trying to do that, because you paid into the program already, and if it's a part of what we negotiated as our program, we're trying to modify it. Let's just have the staff to continue to try to work to make the program more useful to members and more user-friendly and so forth, and get rid of the other one.
So what's the board's pleasure? So what the consensus of the board is for administration, to your point, right, is to bring information relative to UMR and us enhancing UMR's efforts with that program. But we would have to bring, if the board's like Mr. Smith is asking, if we want to get rid of Oshner Digital Medicine, then that would have to be an agenda item at a future board meeting, if that's the majority of what the board wants to do.
One thing is, we made the motion the other night to go month to month, okay? I mean, we don't have to terminate this at the end of this month and say it's over with. We have another board retreat coming in early June that can give you guys time to go back to UMR and say, what can you do with the money we already pay for this program to enhance it, to make it better, and so forth, and see what they can come up with, and compare, and come back in June and compare. Okay, is it worth the $11,000 a month we're paying Oshner for digital medicine that we may be able to eliminate and do a cost savings, and UMR's program pick up where it left off? I think giving you guys 2 months to come back to us gives ample time for UMR to put something together and to really, truly evaluate, is it worth it? I mean, to cut ties now and not to look into it any further, because, again, Mr. Smith's 100% correct. We were sitting there saying insurance rates were going out of the yazoo, and we said, what can we do to lower costs? And we looked at a few things, and this was one of the things we looked at. And they came back a few months ago and said, yes, you're saving. It wasn't, the problem was, it wasn't concrete. It was, yeah, we think you're saving because less people are going to the emergency room. And so that's hard to evaluate. It's hard to evaluate, if we cut this 11,000 out a year, are we really truly saving 11,000? It's kind of hypothetical, and you got to make your own judgment. I don't think they're throwing numbers out there that's not true or not accurate, but I think we have to give administration time to go back out to UMR. What can you do to enhance the program that we currently already pay for, so that we possibly may be able to save monthly costs in paying Oshner, if it can so-called say, do the same thing?
Art, I agree with you 100%, except we want to go back to UMR and say, give us a better, give us a better model. You've already decided that Oshner is not cutting the mustard for you. And now, if we cut Oshner today, we cut ties, we have no more payments to make to them regarding this program. Am I correct? Why spend another 2 months of premium in the program that we're gonna probably end in 2 months anyway. Why don't we just call it and then go to UMR and say, hey, look, you are our guy now. We're riding with you, and we want you to be able to do this with your program.
If appropriate, may I ask the board if we can have a risk management and insurance committee meeting and get UMR in the seat and Oshner in the seat to allow the board to ask their questions directly? I know there's been some requests with USI, but respectfully, as our brokers, that's not really their role in overseeing the program. So if we can bring UMR directly to allow the board to ask their questions and allow them to put their feet to the fire to respond directly.
I think
if
we have a risk
appropriate.
management insurance meeting next Thursday.
That's the review of the student accident insurance RFQs. I'm not sure if
But
you'll
again-
have an appetite to hear people after that, but
Again,
can
we do
can
have a board
schedule-
retreat, early June, which is.
But I don't want to just keep sitting here every month trying to make a decision about something that we could make a decision on right now.
I don't disagree with any of you guys. The reason I mentioned month to month, there were a few reasons. One, there were concerns. I believe Mr. Cody mentioned something about maybe could we do a year, if that was correct, something to that effect. There was other concerns from other board members, but there was also, in speaking to operations, that Ms. Brown needed an off-ramp, right? Like, because otherwise, we met on March, I don't know what our board meeting date was, 19th, no, 24th. She couldn't get people, 200-something people off in a week, right? So the month-to-month provided that opportunity for her to figure it out operationally, us to go ahead and get presented with whatever information, and we weren't locked into a year or anything like that. It just got us to that, right? It got us to the next step. So I don't think it should be debated. Look, I'm good with getting rid of Oshner. I'm fine with it. You see what I'm saying? It was a multi, yeah, thank you for the word, multifaceted reason for doing that. So I'll leave it there. That's it.
Yeah, and Mr. Smith, just to understand, so if, let's figure out if, I think where I'm coming from is so that there's not a jolt to the system, quote unquote, right? So that's why the month to month, I think, makes a little bit more sense. And then to Ms. Gray's point, we can get both of these in and evaluate it. However, if we think that this is something we need to cut today, we can. I would be in favor of still keeping it month to month and then evaluating it. As I've said 3 times already today, Oshner could be the way that we go if they can make the needed corrections that I think were brought up. So that's where I would be hesitant on cutting them off immediately right now. I think month to month gives us more flexibility in a lot more angles.
And the only problem I have with month to month is that we've had a month. So now we're into the second month, which will go to third month by the time we come back. If we're interested in getting out of this because we say we have duplication of services and it's costing us twice the money, if we continue to just keep month to monthing, we will be a year down the road in trying to make this decision.
No, sir, we won't. The idea is month to month to the June board retreat, where we'll then hear both of them, then we'll make a decision. And it very well could be where the decision is to cut everything off. I'm not putting anybody,
All right,
I'm not putting anything on the table there, but
June,
the month to
Scott.
month keeps the jolt of the system.
I'll go to June. But in June, let's make a decision. I don't want to just keep sitting here. We got other stuff to do. I got other stuff to do.
When the meeting started this morning, we're doing what you ask us not to do by jabbering back and forth. I let the record state that I'm in favor with the proposal you came with this morning.
I don't know what that proposal was because I've heard all kinds of things.
We're going to come back in June 1st, with UMR and Oshner. It's going to be month to month until then, with the goal to put it on the board agenda on whether or not what program we keep or not in June.
Ms. Brown, could you please clarify the proposal that you came forward with?
So the option that I was providing was to June 1 to be the offering, meaning that would be the new start date for the UMR condition care for our employees that are currently on Oxygen Digital Medicine, keeping it until the very last day of May. But because that gives us time to communicate, clear communication to employees, coordination between USI and UMR to make sure everything's intact, and adequate time for employee transactions between programs, while at the same time communicating to UMR that there's a low employee engagement. Even outside of the two programs that we currently have right now, there are 7 other conditions that Ms. Weber referenced. Those are all low. And as Ms. Gray has mentioned, they don't have all the communication types, which is why that's got to be the reason why the low engagement. But if we want to go with the June 1st, you just let me know. If you want me to bring it back in June, I can bring it back in June as well. But the proposal was to off-ramp them and have them effectively start on June 1.
Okay, and but what I've understood, though, is that June 1st is going to be the date where we are going to reassess. So we are not making a decision to go with UMR or Ochsner at the June 1st board retreat. We will have them both in there for questions to be asked. And then to Mr. John's point, at that point, then we have a clear direction, A, B, or none of the above.
Yes, sir.
Will the work be being done in the process of communication to the employees of the possibility of or the access to this other opportunity? I would almost want to meet with what Darren or Ms. Gray suggested, was having an insurance committee with UMR before that June 1st timeframe to see what they can start doing already. Like that, we're waiting 2 months to initiate a conversation with a company that's supposed to be providing the service already. Does that make sense? Or is that something that can already be done by our risk management insurance team currently?
So we do have monthly call. So this is something new that we've started now that we've discovered the full extent of what's available to us through our contracts. We have started monthly meetings through our care programs. So that presentation that Ms. Beers brought to you at the Risk Management Insurance Committee meeting about us having low engagement in all the programs except one across the board, that's where that information came from.
Okay, so we can continue that and make sure that open conversation, open communication is happening.
Yes, ma'am.
In the meantime. Okay, thank you. So there you go. Moving right on.
You feel, Superintendent, you've got clear guidance on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen, just one more thing. I'm going to remind everybody of the motion that was approved the other night. USI to bring it. It's what the board approved, that's all I'm saying. Do what y'all want.
We'll make sure USI is at the June 1st board meeting with both UMR and Ochsner to present the information relative. Board is asked.
All right, let's, we're about 10 minutes off, which is fantastic, in all honesty. So let's break for lunch. Lunch is ready, I believe. I saw it back there. If everyone's okay, we want to stick at a 12:30 reconvene on this? Okay, and just kind of stay on schedule? Perfect. All right, that way it's not a working lunch. We'll get to enjoy our time together.
The live stream is now resumed.
Okay, we are back after lunch. Thank you, everybody. District facilities update with Mr. Rome. Mr. Superintendent, did you want to add anything to this?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. Certainly, it's obviously seeing kind of the theme of things in today's board retreat relative to, staffing and general expenditures. We thought it was appropriate this time of year because this is when Mr. Rome typically would bring capital projects, those type of things to the board. So we just wanted to provide a general physical clinic services update and with some options for the board to consider as we move forward. So, Mr. Rome.
Thank you. Okay, before you in Assembly, there is an attachment to this item, copy of district facilities update. If you wouldn't mind clicking on that. Kind of for ease of use, what we went ahead and did was hot linked all of the documents that will be referenced in here. So as I kind of go through them and refer them, you would be able to click on that link and then go to that document that I'll be kind of speaking to and referring to. Yeah, it's gonna make it a little more convenient. The only thing is when you close out that document, it's gonna make you enter into this document again, but at least you won't have to search for the ones that I will be speaking to. They're kind of highlighted there in blue. So those are all documents. So I do, Kelsey's not in here. I got to thank our tech executive director that's moving us forward and helping us out in that regard. So, all right, the first topic there before you see that's 4 or 5. There are letters A, B, C, and D with those, following steps underneath them. But the first item on the agenda for facility and property update is St. Charles Parish Public Schools use of facility agreement. The first 2 documents there are policy and procedure. If you want to do a quick glance or look at that policy, I just want to point something out. I'm going to verbalize it, but if anybody wishes to look as well. Under policy 3.85, use of school facilities, number 4, just want to remind everybody or kind of ground us in that policy. The superintendent is directed to develop administrative procedures governing the use of such board-owned facilities, including the establishment of a fee schedule for such use and the appropriate amounts of liability insurance needed for the coverage of such school facilities. So, the policy kind of grounds that in the superintendent's administration to come forward to you with a fee schedule. So just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page in that regard. So if you kind of, like I said, if you close that out, you're going to have to re-enter to the main document that's going to guide us today. But so now that we're familiar or re-familiarize ourselves with the policy, if you look on the next component, fee schedule, see documents general, what we're going to have for you today, and we'll click on those links here shortly, is a new proposed fee schedule for our use of facility fees. Just a little background on that. I've been at the school board office since around 2005, and I know we have not adjusted our fees in that time. I believe it was some time before that. So as you can imagine, with inflation, the cost of maintenance, just prices in general today, that our fees are probably pretty outdated, right? So what we did was we went ahead and did a study with some surrounding districts, what they're charging for their facilities, to do the comparison and then make a recommendation to you as to where our current fees are, where we think they should be based on, our research. So if you will, under A, small a, I, general I, the fee schedule, if you click on that document, I can walk everybody through that, but that gives you a sense of where we're hoping to go with our fee schedule. So kind of just reiterating where I was at, you see it's a use of facility fees table. We have the different areas that we rent out that, those end users can go into a certain school and ask for the use of a classroom, maybe a stadium, maybe a gym, an auditorium, things of that nature. The first column represents our current district rate. The second column, highlighted in yellow, is our proposed hourly rate, which we plan to move towards. And then the third and fourth column has a Jefferson Parish analysis and an Orleans Parish analysis of what they charge for the comparative facilities, if you will. So if you look at it, as I mentioned earlier, our current hourly rate's very, very low. It's just not up with the times. We have not adjusted in many, many years. You see the Jefferson and Orleans rate. Many times we looked at those two and kind of saw maybe where that average fell would seem reasonable. Sometimes those two didn't line up, so we just had to make an educated recommendation onto what makes sense for us based on us knowing what we need to do to maintain, upkeep these facilities. Of course, the utility burden that's put on us as well. So with that being said, the yellow column is the rates we are looking to move towards. Are there any questions about the table or schedule and how we have that set up, or any of the fees in particular that are proposed?
Mr. Rome, I didn't see AAA Center on here.
Yes, sir. We don't necessarily, this isn't per se site specific, but if they were to try to use the AAA Alumni Center, if they wanted to use a classroom, there would be a classroom fee, so forth and so on. If they wanted to use the larger space, that would probably equate to an auditorium. So we could get more specific, but generally these are the categories under each facility, and then they select the ones that are appropriate. And if they're not sure, we guide them that way. But the way it's set up is to have basically general places, if you will: classroom, auditorium, gym, stadium field, field with no lights, so forth and so on. And then they select from that menu per school. So basically what I'm alluding to is that those fees would be the same for a classroom at the AAA as they would at Destrehan High School Science Building.
So these fees are for outside agencies.
That's correct.
That's not including J.B. Martin wanting to play a football game at Hornville, so forth.
Yes, sir. Our internal fees, there are no fees other than us just working out who's going to clean custodial-wise and such. And then, of course, we have those agreements with like recreation and things of that nature that are cooperative endeavor agreement, and those fees are handled a little differently. This would be for someone in the general public that would want to use our facilities. I'm not sure if I clarified your answer. If y'all would like us to see us maybe have some specific ones for the AAAs.
The only reason is I was approached by two separate individuals asking about renting out the AAA, and I really stumbled through that answer. So I think that, and more specifically, outside of when an event is going on. So for instance, I don't know if there needs to be a different rate to just rent the facility by itself, or when there's a football game or a track meet going on for an entity to come in and rent out in a VIP type capacity. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we might need to get a little more specific with that facility, because as you'll see in a bit, for the LPAC, we do have a separate structure for there because of the complexities of it. And then we even have some stuff for PLC there. So maybe the point being is that we need to consider that a little bit different from a normal facility. So we can certainly work on that and bring that back at a later date on to the specificity of the AAA alumni centers, if that makes sense. Okay? Okay. Any other questions in general about the fees? Like I said, they're just really trying to get them up with the times. We're trying to be reasonable, to not be higher than our neighboring parishes. A lot of times kind of almost an average, but when those two don't line up at all, we just, like I said, had to really make our best educated decision based on what we know our maintenance, upkeep, and hard costs are, such as operating those facilities. Okay, everybody's good with that? Yes, sir.
I have a question. Yesterday, I had a phone call about someone who's interested in using the Destrehan High School football field.
Yes, sir.
For a funeral service.
Yes, sir.
The football field.
Oh, okay.
Just the football field. And I don't know if it's just for a repast or the funeral and a repast.
Yeah, that's something
I'm trying to find that out right now, but.
Right. Yeah, if you want to route them through the Physical Plant Services Department and use facility requests, when things come in like that are special, of course, we don't just unilaterally make a decision. That's something I'd come to the superintendent with, and we'd look at what we've done past practice-wise. Just for the board's information, what we do is keep a tracker of past requests, especially if there's any kind of waiver request or if it's not in line what we normally do. We document that for consistency purposes. So, we can lean on that historical information, but we'd need all the details as to what that would involve. But the main first step would be for them to, they can contact my department, Ms. Mary Nakhan, she can walk them through the use of facility thing. And then once we get that request and we have the specifics, that's when we kind of hammer out, is this fall within our guidelines? Is it a waiver request? How do we want to handle it and such? So.
You will be getting a call. It's somebody with great ties to the high school, and they're going to be cremated, so it won't be a coffin over there, and they're looking to have
Okay.
the service.
Yes, sir. So like I said, we'll get the request and then I'll bring it, to the superintendent and we'll see how to handle that specific one. If it, things that are very clear in the guidelines, we just proceed. If they're not, then at that point in time, we've got to take all the information. So, but if they contact me, we'll get the process started.
Right now.
Did you mention where even partners of the SCPPS still provides the insurance, or maybe if you did,
I didn't mention it, but that's a great point. I appreciate
like
that.
you still got to provide, whatever whatever minimum million, 2 million, I don't remember.
Yeah. Yes, sir. That's within the policy itself.
Yeah.
And when any user goes through our interface, we do have a great program through Facilitron. When they go through the interface, that's one of the things they have to do. You can't get to the end process or where you basically get your permit or approval until you have that proof of insurance. And that proof of insurance goes through a workflow where it goes to my department for review, but also to risk management if necessary for further review. Yep. And I'm glad you did make that point, because at the bottom of that page and then the second attachment as well is the general notes. It goes into things further about deputy requirements. We have the right to require a certain amount of deputies for an event. The cost, how are those shared, so forth and so on. And then at the bottom, it is alluded to that the Department of Physical Plant Services will maintain a database on all requested CEA RFW forms, which I'm going to give you that alphabet soup in a second, what that stands for. And with the district determination, he's going to say noted. And in this way, we always have our guide. This is what we decided, this is what the decision was rooted in, so we can stand on that for future requests. But if okay, I will direct your attention back to the main document. And under that document, right under that general section, I had fee schedule with notes, which we just reviewed. This is a new piece to protect the district and the board in these type of endeavors. It ties into a lot to which I just spoke about. This is a new form that we're proposing. It's a CEA, which Cooperative Endeavor Agreement, which we're familiar with, or Request for Waiver Form. If you click on that, you can see that this is a new form for documentation purposes that we're going to create. We often get requests that might not fall within our normal use of facilities requests. Maybe it's a nonprofit that's requesting a reduction in fees. Maybe it's an organization that provides scholarships to our students that want to put on a function but see it maybe at a reduced fee since it benefits our students. Maybe it's a governmental entity. So we get those type of requests, and to be good stewards and to be transparent, we certainly want to track those and make sure we're making consistent decisions. Well, this would assist us in that. If you as you look through the document there, it asks for a lot of information from that organization. Okay, you're asking for some type of leniency on fees. Tell us about your organization. What's the type? Is it nonprofit? Is it government? Is it a business partner? What are the event details? What are you calling it? What does it look like? What does it entail? The number of participants, but more importantly, going down to things like benefit to the district and benefit to the organization. So when we talk about the benefit to the district, we want to make sure that even if this is a nonprofit, that maybe it's for raising money for scholarships for students. Maybe our students get to participate for free. Things that would make sense for us to be able to do a reduction in fees for basically that kind of in-kind service, as you will. And you see down from the decision that would be posed there, it would be presented to my staff through my department, and then also reviewed with the superintendent. But this way we can fully track and, like I said, have that consistent that consistent historical data to make decisions going forward. So this is just another layer, another step. It's something we hadn't had before, but we wish to implement this as well to kind of keep that process clean, if that makes sense. So are there any questions about this document in general? No? Okay. Great. Well, thank you. So that's that piece. So like I said, unfortunately, we got to refer back to the original document, but if you go back to the copy of district facilities update, connected assembly, as you move down the line, there's another piece under there, under fee schedules, the LPAC package rates for dance studios. I just put that there for, for your review. We did send that out through the scoop. That was those rates that were time sensitive and critical for our local dance studios. We know they're one of our strongest stakeholders and partners with the LPAC in their use. Mr. Ned Moore met with them, heard, where their pain points were, and realized that they just needed a simpler package to understand and get what they wanted as far as their dance studios, recitals, and rentals. So we heard them, he heard them. We appreciate the board's support of that. Basically, it's just a package deal, so it makes it simpler for them when they want to utilize our facilities to support our students in many cases, these local dance studios. So we appreciate that. That's there for you if there were any other
Were there
questions.
increases on that? Or that was
No, sir, it's actually a slight reduction on those. Let's say it was more for convenience, but there was a slight reduction. It just cleaned things up instead of them having to go through a whole menu of 5,000 things. This is your dance studio package. This is half day, this is full day, but actually a slight reduction. So I think they're going to be very happy with that. Yep. Okay, and then you just kind of see all these items will follow the same way. You see what took place, meetings, phone correspondence with other districts, key stakeholders, reviewed through the superintendent and then before you. So just to let you know that nobody's making these decisions unilaterally there. So our next steps, obviously we're here with the board update. And then, our next step would be, if there's no further questions, of course, we have to do the clarifications with the Alumni Center to have a more specific schedule for them. But our next steps would be to implement the revised fee schedules, publish, share with partners, facility users. The good thing about our online platform, it's like we don't have to update a bunch of forms. We just update it online, and as a user goes into that interface, they're going to see, everything from structure to our rental process to pictures of buildings and how you go through the process. So are there any other questions about the use of facility agreement? Okay, now I'll go on to our next item. And this is a J.B. Morton AT&T request. This is something that we've spoken about on a couple of occasions in past at board retreats and board committee updates. But this is that request from AT&T to potentially look to lease some property in the back of the J.B. Morton campus for a cell tower, an AT&T cell tower. We kind of gave you the particulars on that in the past. We are still progressing with those negotiations, if you will. There's several documents there. Feel free to click on them if you wish, but one is a property map that shows you the location. Basically, it's in the back southwest corner of the property, close to the tree line where the soccer fields used to be, that recreation utilized. They currently do not utilize those fields anymore. In the back southwest corner of the property at J.B. Martin. That also shows you on the site plan. The second attachment under number 2 is the lease agreement. We did bring this to you before. This is just a sample type lease agreement that AT&T would use with a potential leasee, if you will, a leaser, I should say. So with that being said, we just wanted you to have the information and just let you know our status and where we are with it. I did list some benefits to this potential tower, improved cellular communication for staff and first responders in this area. We know that's one of our weaker areas. Several board members, several other people have referenced that in the past. We are aware that's one of our weaker spots. There's an AT&T tower, but from what I understand, there's potential for other carriers to link onto that tower. That's kind of the way they do business. They put up a tower and then others pay them, I would assume, a sublet fee to have their communication pieces on there. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that it could improve communications across many carriers in that area. And then, you've seen from the lease, it could be substantial monetary lease payments to the board kind of monthly throughout the lease. That's kind of outlined in that lease agreement. But everything in that lease agreement is negotiable. So the number that they have there, I have to believe that's their starting point. So, we'll have to do our due diligence on that if we decide to proceed in how we, maximize the benefit to the school system. Any concerns that we've just noted, compliance with any applicable current proposed legislation? We are monitoring that. There was some legislation out that a cell tower had to be within a blank distance from the nearest school building. We did do some measuring on that, and this exceeds it more than twofold, the minimum distance. I'm not even sure if that legislation is going to pass, but we did look into that. So we'll kind of have that on our radar. And you always worry about safety. You've seen the emails and the assurances that they provide and how they handle the safety aspect, but I just put it on there as kind of a standard concern. So just to let you know, at this point in time, AT&T's kind of done their feasibility study. They went out, looked at the site. They put plans of what it would look like. They've come up with a sample lease, if you will. They're looking to continue to move forward with the process. They want to send us a sample lease for our review, our legal review for board consideration. Obviously, this would have to be something to go before the board, but at this point in time, we just wanted to provide an update, see if you had any questions, and as soon as we get that sample lease kind of reviewed and honed down, we would certainly bring it back to the board at a future date. So any questions about that interaction with AT&T?
Obviously, part of negotiations here, but is it, I'm asking for feedback here, but is it worth putting in there something like they've got to do some type of good faith effort to get common carriers or other carriers on, I mean, you can't obviously guarantee that. I don't know the.
Yeah.
I like you, just like you, I've heard that they share towers, but I've not been able to confirm that,
Yeah, my understanding is this is a open negotiable contract. They just sent a sample of what it typically looks like. I think that's definitely prudent for us to ask, at least what is their plan? How does that typically work? What does it look like? And if they can give us, what are their efforts to achieve that? I think at a minimum, yeah.
that'd be I think because there's multiple carriers and,
Because that's where we get the biggest benefit, yeah.
and I think board and district cell phones, I believe, are Verizon, which is,
Yeah, we'll definitely look into that. And like, all this is going to be, vetted through legal
Yeah.
means. Of course, our internal counsel, Ms. Darnisha Gales, will be heavily involved in this process with all the legalese. But yeah, we'll definitely have that as one of our consideration negotiation points. Yep.
Yeah, just curious. Thanks.
Directly with AT&T, or are you working through a broker for them?
I would say both. We've met with some AT&T representatives on site, gave them access, but that's also, for lack of a better term, a broker or a firm that partners with them. So it's really both right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jerome, when our satellite center does remote broadcast, is there a fee that we have to pay somebody to use their towers?
I'm not sure of the intricacies of that. I'm not sure if Ms. McMillan or Mr. Dauphin would know that, but I'm not sure how that process works.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I think we stream stuff through our own channel using our current internet services. Okay. So there's nothing that we contract out with specifically.
I was just wondering how.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how it's done.
They're not using cell towers. This is cell tower. Now, I mean, you use internet, but.
Man, look, she's got a Britney Spears. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the only additional fee really for us mobile broadcasting would be we do pay our students. With the Satellite Center, we utilize a media crew, so students who have had advanced broadcast classes, we provide almost like an internship opportunity for them to broadcast, whether it's athletic games, plays, live stream teacher of the year, but also record different items for the district as well.
But nothing as far as streaming. We do that through our internal mechanisms.
Correct.
Okay. While you're here, have y'all ever looked at or considered the possibility of having a radio station? I know we're off the subject, but.
Yeah, let's make sure, let's stay on subject here, Mr. Alexander, and I'd welcome that in the comment section where it's other board member topics. Let's make sure we have a note, and we'll get that addressed there. Are there any other comments with regards to, okay?
Just to speak a bit more on our live streaming services, there are several locations throughout the district that aren't equipped with easy to access Cat5 Ethernet ports. So we're not able directly, because obviously we have a very steady Ethernet stream whenever we're in the buildings, whenever our laptops are hooked up in our offices and everything like that. Just like we have consistent Wi-Fi here, we currently use mobile hotspots throughout the district. So for instance, if we were, at a certain area where our media team is set up remotely, whether it be offside field or anything like that, we do use that mobile internet access. That is depending, especially as people start to fill the stadium, it definitely decreases a little bit. People experience buffering throughout, and those are some of definitely our large events. We often get thousands of viewers on it, but it also works as a redundancy in the sense that if our internet were ever to go out during those after work hour portions, while certain Ethernet accesses may be down, people at home still have their Wi-Fi, their Ethernet up, but we would be able to have that redundancy of having a Wi-Fi in our back pocket ready to be a wireless hotspot for us to stream regardless.
I think one other
Technical experts.
Yeah, one other question or just concern that I had, it would be on with regards to the lease agreement. I understand that this is a sample, but if there's any verbiage in the official one that comes through, I'd like to reference section 12, the access.
Okay.
I think we need to get a time frame to where we are notified that they would need access. It requires them, according to this, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I'm just thinking about when we have soccer matches, et cetera, out on the field, that we're given plenty of time to coordinate to make sure that that can be, taken care of. Or school. Yeah, school day. Just so, again, getting at least a 2 or 3 day notification.
Yeah,
on
and
that.
to get assurances that
Yeah.
we can, obviously, this won't interfere with school system operations. Yes, sir. Noted. So at this point in time, if there's no further questions, what we'll do is we'll continue with the potential lease negotiations. And obviously, this would have to be something that the board would approve. We'll bring it to you at a later date with a recommendation and what that lease, that actual lease would look like. Is everybody good with that? All right, thank you. Okay, so the third item you see under C, if you scroll to the next page, is our Landry facility. This is a request from Atmos Energy. I have shared this request with the superintendent and the capital improvements chair, Ms. Boudreau. This is a request from Atmos, in short, to put a pressure regulator yard or housing on the Landry property. So there's a couple attachments there. Property map, site plan. That's obviously the Landry property. If you're familiar with that, the Ford North Side where the Hornville, the former Hornville High School brick structure entry gate is, all the way in that north west corner over there, close to our property line, is their proposed location. The reason being is they have a high pressure line that's across the street, kind of where the former Family Dollar is in that area, and they're looking to bring the pressure down through a regulator and another line. Their benefit that Atmos is pushing is the increased reliability of service in the area, not just for the school system, for others. And an increased reliability of service to the school. I will note, while they, tout that as a benefit, we have not really had any significant issues at the school with our gas line or gas pressure in that area. So there's also, under number 2, a lease agreement correspondence that's attached. This is really just for your information. It's us doing due diligence. What does this look like? Is there a benefit to the school system besides the two just listed? Is there a monetary gain? So forth and so on, safety aspects. So I did pose those questions, and you'll see some of those answers in that correspondence. But as you kind of move down the document, there are some concerns here. You see them before you. In return for putting this regulator fenced-in yard or housing, for lack of a better term, there would be a negligible one-time monetary payment to the district in the terms of a couple of $100s. You know, it's not a reoccurring lease type piece. It's almost just we're going to pay you for the easement to use this property in a one-time, very, very small monetary fee. The location, it's on the property border with houses nearby and close to River Road. Just being familiar with the area over the years and the close proximity to the neighborhood in that front corner, that does cause some pause. Although this would be on our property, it would be in very close proximity to that fence line and that neighborhood there, if you will. And then other concerns such as look, visibility, noise, smell. In that correspondence and in talks, Atmos has proposed some mitigating measures, from putting a decorative fence around it. I don't know how you would mitigate, noise or smell, that they say that it is minimal, in their terms. So, and of course, always safety is always a concern. They have answered that question some, but really, at the end of the day, this is a request. It's kind of a public service request. We don't see a huge benefit, we as in, our interpretation of it administration-wise, for the school district. But this would, require a board recommendation for us to move forward with it, or say, not at this time, we're not interested. And then they'd have to look for another location in the area. So we are asking for some direction on that. I'm not sure if the superintendent has anything to add.
No, I mean, I think he pretty much said it all. Our concerns from an operational standpoint, administrative standpoint, is the eyesore potentially at that property, also understanding what the community neighborhood as well, the noise, safety. And we don't see this as much of a benefit as we did with the item he just covered directly before that, because that is a lease where we're getting a return on the investment from that standpoint, so.
And the reason why they want that site is because there's a high pressure right across
Yes, sir,
station
that's my
right across the
understanding.
street. So
Yes.
this is the only place that's really would work for them.
Yes, that is correct. They want it because there's a high-pressure line, as you stated. I'm not sure if it's the only one that will work for them. Obviously, a school system, we have property. I know they looked at the parish government. To them, in a lot of ways, I'm sure that makes sense. But I wouldn't say for sure that it's the only site that'll work. It's just one that they prefer. But I don't think it's the only one that could work, yeah.
Because they could go in the other direction. They can go behind the Family Dollar location, and it wouldn't be intrusive in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I would assume there could be another location. I'm just not sure where, but that's correct, yeah. Okay, at this point in time, yeah, we're just gonna.
Well, I was just gonna say, because I deal with things like this next to neighborhoods, and these are things just off the cusp, because I didn't see this part before the meeting, but I would say, first of all, if there's a smell, then I'm guessing that there's like normal light seepage or something of that nature. So if that's the case, then what's an average reading? Like give them a number and what they read, like what they're using to read it, and then also if we do agree to it, like the neighbor that's there, they need to do the due diligence, go speak to the neighbors and have that conversation, because the neighbor's going to come back on us, and we don't need to take that heat. That's on them. So that's just from a community engagement part, and I don't know them well enough to know what they normally do. So
That would just require more research on our part. I'm sure they have a burper, if you will, to expel any increased pressure. But if the board, the direction overall at this point in time is that we're not interested, we'd like them to seek another site. I can convey that. Okay. I will convey that. Yep. Appreciate the input. Okay. We're good? Okay. All right, you see item D before you, St. Charles Parish School Board Property and Open Update. This is something we bring to you periodically in regards to our property, mostly in open, which means just open land, but also some facilities that are currently not being used. We like to give the board an update on what do we actually have, what are our holdings, what are they currently being used for, how do we maintain it, are there costs involved, and then what are the district's administration and district's administration's eyes, what are the potential future uses for these properties, if any. So that kind of gives you a little setup or background to it. We have brought this to you before at previous retreats and such. The policy and procedure is attached. If you were to click on that policy link, it's policy 3.3.5, property disposal. Under Roman numeral 1, you'll kind of see that process there, but just to remind the board and kind of refresh everyone that we do have the option to do sales for property deemed no longer necessary for a school board use in several ways, from a closed bid and auction type sale, as well as getting with a real estate agent and then working through that process as prescribed. If you may recall on our last one on the, the Boutique Adult Learning Center property with the ARC, that is the route we choose to make that sale and to proceed with that. We did have a pool of real estate agents. We followed our process, selected them at random, and moved forward with that process. So that just gives you kind of a framework that we have options as to how we can sell property, and we can delve more into that later if need be, unless there's any questions. Okay, so policy and procedures just there for you. The table that I want to really draw your attention to is D2, property and open table. If you would please click on that. Okay, so kind of what I alluded to, this table here shows our property and open and our vacant facilities from left to right: address, site name, location, acreage, general comments, considerations, and then we did add another column at the end, and speaking with the superintendent and reviewing this item, we wanted to provide the information to you, but also at this time to kind of, seek some guidance from the board on two main things. As we kind of walk through them, we can either look at them in totality or one at a time, but is there an interest from the board to, we just want to hold it, let's leave it alone for right now? Or is there even an interest in exploring the sale? Not saying we're going to sell it, but do we want to pursue that further? And then that would provide us direction of, okay, we're leaving that alone for now, but this one in particular, there is some interest or a palette for seeking what we could possibly get for it. So does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. All right, so would y'all prefer that I kind of walk through them one at a time? Superintendent says that.
Yeah, and just real quick, I think that if we wanted to explore this, which committee would this kind of fall under? This would be a capital improvements? Mm-hmm. That would be, I think, my recommendation would be to, I think, have this exploration within that committee, and then have the committee come to the full board.
Okay.
We can do that. That would save time right now, so you don't have to go through every item. We'll just get with the capital improvements chair to pick a date.
The first lady of the capital improvements committee.
Can you, before doing that, just, and I'm not on capital improvements, but I noticed a couple in here that could have some legal requirements that we may not be able to sell? Maybe the whole thing? What would you need to know before you make the decision?
In a references maybe in particular, like properties that may have been donated that we have certain parameters and restrictions on?
Yeah,
Okay, so we'll make sure we have those answers for this next discussion within capital improvements. That basically, we can put a note in there that really this property, we don't have the option to decide if we want to sell. We need to hold it for, so we'll make sure that's clear. Yeah, yep, yes, sir, got it. Okay, so, but it's probably good that you have this before you now. I'll give people time to digest it, look through it, and then I'll get with the capital improvements chair, and we'll make arrangements to have a capital improvements meeting to make recommendations to the board as a whole. Okay? All right, so kind of going back to our main document, copy of district facilities update. Last item, I promise, we're getting there. Last item and for you today is Trailblazer Memorial Project update. If anybody passed through the front, see we making progress out there. Yeah, it's an appropriate time, and they poured the base of the pedestal or centerpiece of the memorial the other day. Obviously, they framed up to pour the rest of the pad and get electrical in there and a sidewalk and such. So we are progressing very well, pretty much in accordance to schedule. In fact, Mr. Monk, our artist, Mr. Derek Monk, was down recently, probably a month ago, to where we were just honing down on the particulars of the installation schedule, and we met with the contractors about pouring the concrete. So obviously that's come to fruition now. The structure, he's been sending me updated pictures as we've gone through the process. It's a very impressive structure, pretty substantial. And intricate. So I'm very happy with the progress, and I see us to be on schedule as previously kind of outlined for him to come towards the end of April, beginning of May would be the installation timeline. Of course, it's got to finish everything. It's got to get shipped down. We've got to have the right weather. So with construction, there's always those, little caveats. But right now, we're on track for that to start the install late April, early May, and then, going through that period, couple of week install or so, if you will, depending on weather. And then the associated components from the signage with the QR codes to the plaques, to the nameplates, to all those finishing details, to the, landscaping, all those little things that would need to be put in place to finish it out. So we're feeling good about that, and that leads to item number 2, grand open ribbon cutting. In terms of dates, we don't want to set a date yet. Y'all have all been around grand openings for a long time. All those little things that can get in the way of that opening, whether it be weather, whether it be a construction delay or any other delay. So what we feel more comfortable with at this time, I've met with Ms. McMillan, the superintendent, is to say we know that we're looking to put that install in late April, early May. And if we need to do the logistical side of setting up a ribbon cutting 6 months in advance of that, 6 weeks, I'm sorry, that we've kind of backfill there. So we know if we start around that time, we have enough time to announce and come back to the board, say, these are the potential dates we're thinking about, get invitations out, get the program together, location set up. So I guess what I'm saying is more to come. Let us get boots on the ground and get the structure coming up to where we feel with a very confident dead stop completion date, and then we can know we have that ribbon cutting, hopefully with no no issues or interruptions, if that makes sense. So that's where we're at right now. Like I said, they're putting the foundation in place, structure late April, early May, and at that point in time, we'll make a determination on the ribbon cutting date, which will likely be midsummer-ish. Any questions on the Trailblazer piece?
Are you finished? I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Not on this. I wondered, is there any information about the street by Landry that the parish expressed some interest in buying the parking lot area?
I can update on it. Okay. The parish did approach us, and then at a previous meeting, we looked at it. Basically, as part of our cooperative endeavor agreement with the parish, they did have some on-street parking on, maybe it's Joe Louis, but I'm not sure, but the street along the courthouse. Courthouse Lane, and Joe Louis is when you curl around the back. Okay. So on Courthouse Lane, they had street parking, but to better accommodate that new subdivision and buses, they're doing some widening there and getting the on-street parking out of the way. So they did previously come to us for approval to kind of bump that parking lot back to where it's, you don't spill into the street, you go into a little loop, if you will. So it will still be on our property, which they're currently utilizing. It just moves it a little bit closer towards the basketball court, but that wasn't a sale. That's just part of our cooperative agreement with the parish. But it's almost like anything with rec. They're making improvements on our property. At any point in time, if we don't have that agreement anymore, then those improvements stay with the property. So we'll be able to utilize it, access it. It'll still be the parking for people that go to the courthouse as they do now. It just won't be on the street, but we already have that agreement in place with them. Yeah, and I believe this summer is when they're actually going to start the installation of that. So It should not interfere with school operations. Like I said, it's just taking up a little more of that green space as you went west towards the basketball court.
And I just had one question going back to the Trailblazer Memorial Project. Is that still within the budget?
That's a tricky question. It's not costing any more. The contract that we had in place with the artist, there are no overruns on it, and the foundation was his responsibility. You know, as for those that kind of went through the process, when we came up with the whole concept and the artistic element of it, we didn't specifically limit them to a dead number. You know, we didn't say this is a cap, but when we took in all those RFPs, we evaluated and we felt that the proposal we received was adequate in value for the dollar amount that it was going to cost to achieve it. It was really pretty much on the cheaper end of the other projects, but still offering a quality. So to answer your question, the funds remain the same as they were before. There are no overruns on the project.
Are there any further questions on this topic? If not, we can move on to our closing items, I believe, correct?
Very efficient, yes, sir. So, you know, as we've done with many projects, whether it's middle school retreat, whether it's leadership retreat, we've taken a close look at the cost of those events and have drawn back. We will not have a middle school retreat this year because of the costs associated with that. Leadership retreat as well, we plan to have in parish at the PLC that day. What we still obviously feel is very valuable for our leaders. So I put this item on. I was able to talk to a few board members that were at LSBA, but what are your thoughts on holding a one-day board retreat on Monday, June 1st, and possibly have a dinner Sunday, May 31st at, you know, somewhere like Frenier's or someplace where you can bring your significant other and we could enjoy time together from that standpoint. And then the next day would be our actual retreat here at the central office, or I'm open to entertain any other suggestions by the board. And if you want to keep it 2 days, we can certainly keep it 2 days as well, but just general thoughts.
I say keep it here, not travel. That's my only.
Mr. Alexander, you had specifically brought this up. Did you have any questions or concerns with regards to the board retreat in June?
No, I was just wondering if we were in a position where we could could cancel a contract if we were in a contract with LSU.
Yes, sir, we were able to.
We were able to sever.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
The contract. And that's all I want to know, but whatever the board wants to do, but I think it's a good idea to have it here.
So we have canceled the contract already?
Ms. Regina, right? Yeah, we canceled the contract with no penalty.
I prefer to have it here one day.
And just to clarify, that is correct. The contract said as long as we canceled at least 3 months prior to the date, that we would not be penalized any funding. So when all of this came about, we did go ahead and made that call and contacted LSU for that.
And once we look at financial forecast, I'm even inclined to say we don't need to do Sunday. You know, we can just do that one day, because if we can save money anywhere we can, I would like us to do that. You know, I really do. You know, that's me.
Cheaper for us to come on a Monday than it is on a Sunday.
Is that the pleasure of the board to keep that at a one-day on-site with no dinner plans on?
In a week.
You can go eat, just wouldn't be on the board at that point. Okay.
I agree with that, because I don't think.
Mike?
The purpose of the retreat, you know, in my judgment, if you cancel out the Sunday, would not, in my judgment, fulfill the entire purposes of a retreat. We could go back to the normal retreat date, because I discussed with the superintendent, I have a medical appointment on June 1st as well. and was going to miss a part of this, but I was going to try to reschedule that so that I would not miss it, but I'm not gonna miss it if it's just gonna be just a normal, because the medical appointment I have is an extremely important one. But if you want to make a retreat out of this, which will fulfill the purpose of what I feel a retreat is, then I would be willing to do that. But on the other hand, let's just go back to our regular retreat date that we scheduled, and let's just do that.
So we originally had scheduled June 1st and June 2nd. So I believe Mr. Smith's appointment is on June 1st. So, and if what I heard was just one day, so would you all be inclined to move it to June, would June 2nd work, Mr. Smith, for you from that standpoint? Those were the original two dates. If we just narrow it down to one date, then June 2nd would be the date?
Yeah, June 2nd works for me.
That works.
Tuesdays, Mondays anyway.
Ms. Babineau, you heard that? Okay, so we'll modify our calendar to reflect June 2nd will be the board retreat here. Of course, we'll still look for a sponsor for lunch for that day, so certainly we'll still have an opportunity from that standpoint. The next topic, and Regina, you may, well, there she is. Ms. McMillan. One thing that we're also looking at, Lagniappe on the River is very important for us as an organization. I feel very strongly about the unity that it creates, the atmosphere, the environment. That's part of who we are when we talk about, you and I, we are St. Charles Parish Public Schools. We've been accustomed, obviously, to having this event. Same with our beginning of the year event where we all come together. It's a whole part of the You Belong Here piece. However, we also recognize that Lagniappe on the River comes at a significant cost, right? The optics of everybody eating crawfish, no offense, but that's a pretty expensive and hefty bill. So how do we accomplish both by acting a little bit more fiscally responsible from that standpoint, understanding where our finances are? So we recently met, was it yesterday, and talked and discussed different options because we all feel strongly. And the other benefit of Lagniappe is that is the week of early voting. And the actual May 16th election is the next weekend. So it's also important in my mind for me to be able to give that final message. I also just want to kind of update you on that. I've been obviously presenting a lot around the community. I presented to the principals and APs, and they're going to in turn share a video with their faculty and staff at their schools as well. So that's a big piece of what we're doing. So we're considering other options such as cooking our own meals, such as white beans, jambalaya, those kind of things, and still having the event just be at a significantly reduced cost to the district from that standpoint. So, Ms. McMillan, you want to add anything, and then we'll get all for feedback?
No, I totally agree with Dr. Ortling. We want to make sure we're still acknowledging the culture of St. Charles Parish Public Schools. A lot of people like this time to come, the camaraderie, not only with individuals from their own school, but from other schools throughout. At the beginning of the school year, each school comes with their individual school T-shirts, but at our end of the year session is where everyone comes together as a district wearing the same T-shirt. So that expense has already been paid. All of you should have your You Belong Here T-shirts. It's looking at what is the significant cost right now, and that would be the food portion. So as Dr. Ortling said, we're exploring other options to where we can still come together, break bread, so to speak, but at a much lower cost.
We don't have any sponsorship money for that?
So, yeah, we're asking for, obviously, in a situation, we look at different opportunities for sponsorship. We have a lot of donations specifically for the gifts and the gift cards and those kind of things. So we're trying to be strategic also with not going out. Obviously know where we are and asking, per se for a lot of sponsorship, because we know there are some opportunities like, the lunch at board retreat, right? Like USI typically would pick something up like that. So we're also being cognizant that we don't want our schools go out to ask for sponsorships and we go out, ask for it. So all of those discussions are being had as we kind of move forward in this process.
I agree.
His crew probably will be cooking, Mr. Ellis.
I would just say that I think it's hard for me to be, I totally agree with everything you said about Lagniappe River. I've seen it, impressed with it. But if you have to do anything to hold, freeze, any of that previous stuff. And when we do this, I don't know, I know the dollars don't equate, but people will equate it. It's, just something to think about, that's all.
There any other discussion on this? It sounds like that we have been pretty cognizant, though, of your concern to cut costs, but still have an event where everyone is there.
And I'm good
Yeah,
with the code.
okay.
And I think to your point, Mr. Gregson, well noted, that when we go to communicate to Lanyap on the River, we provide some of that context and the why, so that this is cost savings, we are coming together. Because as we've kind of been progressing with the revised budget, as I'm communicating, I'm telling people, I'm very honest and open with them as far as where we are, in regards to where we're heading. So I think to your point, that'll help kind of curb that, because I just think it's so important for us to come together as a school system, especially when we overcome challenges, so.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I'd ask for you to stay just real quick, because in the next topic was other board member, Mr. Alexander had asked specifically about radio broadcast. So with Ms. McMillan here, if you wanted to explore that.
That was something that I had thought about many years ago. I was just wondering, is that something that we might consider with all of the media work that we're doing? That would be a logical step, and radio could take place of some of the other video things that we do.
We can definitely look into it. I know we have our partnership with Cox Cable, so they provide the cable access channel to us. That's not another associated cost. So I'm not aware of what the associated costs are with radio, but we can definitely check into that for you.
Thank you.
While she's
I'd
here,
like-
can I have,
I'd just
kidding.
like to follow up on that. I don't believe in just doing knee-jerk stuff myself. And what I would want to see is, what are we going to be trying to accomplish as a result of radio broadcasting? Look at it to see whether or not the number of people who would be listening to a radio broadcast, what is the audience that we are, some kind of a process for making this decision, other than just, knee-jerk, seat of the pants radio. What's it going to, what's going to be the goals and objectives we're trying to accomplish? Who's the audience we're targeting? What is how many people subscribe to that, and so forth? So I'd want to see us have a plan in place before going off in that direction.
Just so you know, it was being explored last year for the river parishes. I don't know where they're at. I can find out for y'all. But there's a significant cost in the towers and some things for the network, but I don't recall at the top of my head, but I can tell you for a fact it was definitely being explored. I don't know if that exploration is finished. Not sure, but it did come to me wear my other hat, the chamber, so.
And I'd like to say something. It's Mr. Smith, on my part, it's not a knee-jerk reaction at all. It's a form of communication, and we do quite a bit of communication to our stakeholders, and also it's a profession. We have the Satellite Center where we are exposing people and developing people for a profession. In that aspect, it could be very beneficial to the school district.
And I don't have a problem with doing that. The only reason that I say it's a knee-jerk decision, and I still say it's a knee-jerk decision, when we decide to do something without any investigation at all into the success or the potential success of doing something. what we're doing now is in terms of the use of technology for promoting the school district. There's all kind of evidence that show that there are more people using the kind of technology that we are currently using than who use radio broadcasting. I just want to see what the data is, what we are trying to accomplish, and whether or not what we are doing is sufficient in terms of trying to get our word out. We have a TV station that we broadcast on, and it's going on all week long during the week. I don't know the number of people who are going to be benefiting from a radio broadcast in addition to what we are currently doing. And I'd just like to see the data. And if we make the decision to do it, just sitting here 5 minutes, somebody comes up with the idea, let's do this, then to me, that's knee-jerk.
Can we segue into it has nothing to do with radio, but it is about our broadcasting. Something someone mentioned to me after Special Olympics was looking at the options of them broadcasting Special Olympics also, or looking at that, or them being included a part of it. I was just asked to mention that, so since it was there. And if there's no further discussion, then I would like to move us into executive session
I just want to say something real quick about Lanyap. I'm just wondering, Dr. Ortling, is there any way that we can go out to the schools, the school improvement teams, and ask for their feedback about the Lanyap? How do they feel about it? Do they feel that this is something that they can live without this year? There's going to be a cost saving of jobs, of not cutting their salaries, of not cutting these things. I'm just wondering if they can go back, maybe real quick survey their schools, or maybe as a district we can put highly important, because you never know what our own employees are willing to do. They might say, hey, we don't need to do that this year. We can do something in our school at the end of the year and celebrate, because we do have a lot of opportunities that we come together and celebrate. I'm not saying, look, I'm all about a party and I will be there. But my thing is, if it's going to save us some money, I'm all about that too.
Again, I just want to say that I feel more comfortable having some data to make this decision. We don't even know how much money we are spending on the Lanyap on the river. How much are we going to save, and what percent of the budget does that represent? So I'd like to have some kind of data before just saying, hey, let's just cut this or cut that. Then we got to do some kind of a cost-benefit analysis. The superintendent mentioned about the benefits in terms of faculty, student morale, teacher morale, employee morale, recruiting, just a whole lot of benefits that we get from the Lanyap on the river. I want to see some kind, and let's talk about the cost benefit as opposed to cost savings.
Correct, in my opinion.
Pardon?
You both are correct, in my opinion. I agree with both of you.
But I need to see the data rather than just say, let's do this. I don't know what we're saving.
So we had done an internal, we'll certainly bring that back to the board. We just have had internal discussions relative to all of our programs and those kind of things. So I agree, Mr. Smith, we'll bring it back at committee in April. We'll also conduct a survey to Ms. Weber's points so that we have a set of data to look at to make an official decision.
And not only that, I just want to point out too, the cost is, let's just say the crawfish that we do, we take care of the transportation for the employees to the site. There are some things we may be able to do within the operations to reduce costs. For example, we could say that, okay, the employees would provide their own transportation, and then we would save the cost of transportation. But without having the information, how can we just say, let's do this?
Clear.
Noted on that. And then Ms. Boudreau, did you have a comment?
Oh, my only comment was to go into executive session.
Okay.
Are we ready for that?
Yes, please.
Move us
So,
into executive session for superintendent feedback.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Boudreau and a second by Mr. Gregson to move into executive session to discuss superintendent feedback.